I have to be on. Who's still on me?
Spending time with God. Yes.
Good morning to everyone. Welcome to the Virtual Caregivers Retreat. On behalf of our Pastor, Reverend Ruth Venlo Smith, the Women's Missionary Society, the Nora Taylor Missionary Society, and the Women's Ministry of Bethel AME Church we say a hearty welcome to you this morning. We want to say a special welcome to all those that are joining from the USA and the United Kingdom. We say a Bermuda welcome to you all. As you know, the retreat, the Caregivers Retreat, was born out of a vision of Bethel's vision. And today we come to celebrate caregivers. We recognize the wonderful role that you play within our community, our families, taking care of loved ones, your family members, your sick family members, friends. So we want to affirm and value you today. So today, on behalf of the missionaries and the women's missionaries, we salute you in the precious name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. We're going to get right into the meat of our program. We have one surprise to start with, and that is our early bird prize. So Carmen, can you spin that wheel? Congratulations to Lucille Simmons. You have won a $150 gift voucher from E.R. Aubrey's. Miss Cecile, are you online? Okay.
No.
All right. So any of the prize winners, what we'll do is you'll get an email from us indicating how and where you can pick up your prize. Okay, wonderful. So our theme today is you cannot pour from an empty cup. Here's my cup. I'm pouring, it's empty. I know some of you at times as caregivers have felt empty. We pour out so much of ourselves that we give to our loved ones, trying to manage taking care of them, running to the doctor's appointments, trying to work, managing family as well and your children. And sometimes we get what I call is compassion burnout. But today we have some good news for you. We're going to help you to fill up your cup. So on behalf of the Northfield Missionary Society, we want to start with the prayer by Sister Jasmine Dyer.
Good morning, everyone. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting God, we glorify your name this morning. You have showered us with so much blessings, and your presence continue to remind us of your faithfulness. Lord, we praise you for this event and the purpose for it, Lord. Lord, let your divine agenda be achieved. This morning, Lord, we lift up all caregivers to dear Lord Jesus. I'm asking you to clothe them with compassion, kindness, gentleness, patience, and love. Help them to live out the fruit of the Spirit, showing all the attributes of the fruit of the Spirit, Lord, and self-control. Help them to have compassion as you did, to follow your example. Grant them the strength, Lord, and the extra grace to, dear Lord God, be able to handle things that might not normally they would be able to handle. We beseech thee, O merciful Father. Lord, let your will be done through this event today, Lord. We humbly ask that you will shower our speakers today with your great inspiration so that they may share the most of their knowledge, open our hearts and our ears to their respective topics. May we also absorb invaluable knowledge and experience and put it into practice that we may learn today. Bless our President, Sister Lesiline, and our committee for putting on this event. May the objective that is set out, dear Lord, just be achieved, and may you get all the glory and praise from this seminar. And when all is said and done, Lord, may we live a life of witness and of genuine love. Continue to bless us and make us a blessing. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen.
Just one bit of housekeeping. I think some of you are named Letitia, so I would just ask for you to rename your page. And that was probably when we sent out the reminder this morning. So if you are showing as Letitia, we have quite a few Letitias showing, I was told. I don't see any at the moment. Yes, I do. I see some Letitias. Okay. All right. We'll now have Sister Chantal Lee to read the scripture.
Good morning, everybody. The scripture I will be reading is found in Isaiah 40. The verse is verse 28 to verse 31. Just a bit of history. I am quite young, but even in my short years of life, I have spent most of them being a caregiver. I started caring for my mother, who became ill when I was 9 years old. So for the greater part of my childhood, I would have identified as a caregiver. So I know quite a bit about the sacrifice that comes along with holding that title. So with that being said, I will continue with the scripture, starting at verse 28. Hast thou not known, hast thou not heard, that the everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth not, neither is weary. There is no searching of his understanding. He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might, he increases their strength. Even the youth shall fall faint and be weary, and the young man shall utterly fall. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. And they shall walk and not faint. May God add a blessing to the reading of his holy word.
Thank you, Chantal. And yes, God does give us the grace and the mercy to carry on this journey, the race that we run as caregivers. We'll now have a song, ministry and song by Sister Francine Lee. And while she's playing, ministering to us, we want to remember those caregivers and loved ones who have passed, especially during this season of COVID. We also want to recognize those in our church family that have passed on. We're remembering Shamel Gomes. We're remembering Aunt Pat Ritter. We're remembering the past presiding elder of the AME Church, Reverend Malcolm L.E. I hope you will be blessed by the song.
If I can help If I can cheer somebody with a word or a song, if I can show somebody they are traveling wrong, then my living shall not be in vain. No, my living shall not be in vain. No, my living shall not be in vain. If I can help somebody as I pass along, then my living shall not be in vain. For you have helped somebody as you've passed along. For you have cheered somebody with a word or a song. For you have shown somebody they are traveling wrong. So your living has not been in vain. No, your living has not been in vain. No, your living has not been in vain. For you have helped somebody as you've passed along. So your living has not been in vain. Your living has not been in vain.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen, Sister Francine. Yes,
Amen.
caregivers,
Amen. Yes.
just know that whatever you're doing today for your loved ones, it is not in vain. The Father above, he's keeping count, and he is writing it down in his book. And he is loving you, he's thanking you. He appreciates you just as we appreciate you. So next, we'll have, okay, just, yeah, can everyone mute themselves, please? Okay, now we're getting into the meat of the program. Next, we'll have the introduction of Dr. Claudette Fleming of Age Concern. And ladies and gentlemen, we have some wonderful speakers and presentations lined up for you today. Some very knowledgeable and very experienced and very hands-on presenters. So without further ado, Sister Jareen Allboy will introduce Dr. Fleming.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I greet you in the precious name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I want to present to some and introduce to others Dr. Claudia Fleming. She is a Christian, wife to Keithlyn Fleming, and mother of 4 children, 2 sets of twins, aged 15 and 31. She currently serves as the Executive Director of Age Concern Bermuda and has served in this capacity since the year 2000. She is a graduate of the Bermuda College Arts and Science program. Dr. Fleming has a background in social work, having obtained bachelor's degrees in sociology and social work, both with a concentration in gerontology from Lakehead University in Canada. She also holds a master's degree in social work from the University of Toronto, with a concentration in administration and a certificate in aging and the life course.
Print how people can change.
She holds a PhD in diplomacy, the political economy, which she obtained in July 2016 from the Swiss Management University UCN International Program in Zug, Switzerland. During 2013-2014, Dr. Fleming was appointed as the chairperson to Seniors Advisory Council to the Minister of Health and Seniors, where a national aging strategy for Bermuda was successfully drafted. Dr. Fleming has also served on the Bermuda Health Council, Board of Directors on the Finance and Economics Committee. She has served as a member of the Ministry of Health's Long-Term Care Action Plan Committee. She led the introduction of internationally recognized accreditation standards for the island's residential care facilities in 2019, and currently serves as a member of the Bermuda National Standards Committee, registered charity and company, whose aim is to maintain internationally recognized standards with helping services on the island. Dr. Fleming has worked diligently to raise the profile of seniors and age concern Bermuda, a local charitable organization whose mandate is to create an environment that betters the lives of seniors through information, advocacy, and education in partnership with organizations in the community. These are just some of Dr. Fleming's accomplishments as she strives to help the seniors of our community. Please give her your undivided attention. God bless you, Dr. Fleming.
Thank you, Jareen, for that introduction. And good morning, ladies. So many familiar faces. First, I want to acknowledge Reverend Ruth and any other of the hierarchy of the AME Church. And I want to thank you for your invitation. And I also want to acknowledge Lesiline and her team. I've been walking down the street and people have been telling me, good luck tomorrow. It's going to be a great event. I mean, Lesiline, you have done such a wonderful job in advertising this event. I hope that people recognize what you have done. And so I want to congratulate you and your team for that, and know that, you know, we might steal you sometime with what you have accomplished here. It's so good to see everyone this morning. And Chantal, thank you for the reading of the scripture. Thank you for the song that's happened so far. Chantal, in your opening remarks, you talked about having been a caregiver, and knowing what that is like. And I think for most of us as women, if not all of us, at some stage, we will be caregivers or caretakers, whether it be in our own families with our children, because we caretake there as well, but also with our community around us. And then if we're fortunate enough for those who will get older in our family, and most times it actually starts with our spouses. So at some point in life, we're going to be a part of this caretaking community. And we're going to look at what I'm calling Caregiver 101, some of the things that you should look out for, trying to keep it as upbeat as possible, but we will be looking at some of the somber aspects of caregiving as well. I want to also just say up front, I am at work and I have this in the background, Leslie, and I did try to get the virtual caregiver, but it was taking a bit of time, was asking me for passwords. I was like, okay, that's not gonna work. So I have this in the background. We have a bit, we're out in Spanish Point, so it's a bit of an unstable connection sometimes. So I may go out. You can talk about amongst yourselves. I will likely be back in about a couple of minutes. So so if I do go out, just bear with me while I log back, while the system brings me back on. So now I'm just going to begin the presentation. So let's see if I can find it here. I don't want to break it. Yes. Okay, yeah, thank you for that wonderful introduction. So, as you know, there are stages that we go through in our lives. And at any point in our life, we are going to be dependent on someone else. I know that we have been taught, especially in the baby boomer generation, we've been taught that at some point we reach this stage where we've self-actualized and we're independent and free. That actually never happens, especially if you're for women of God. We know that we always have to rely on God. But at any stage in life, He has created us in such a way that we have to rely on other people. But there are different phases of which we rely on people. So we go from children, where we're heavily reliant, until we get to adult stage, where we're kind of interdependent. If we're not disabled or have some other condition that causes us to rely on people, and then we tend to, if we're blessed enough to get older, and again rely on other people. And so this is the cycle of life, and it's something that really can be embraced and enjoyed at every phase of life that we go through. But like anything in life, when we get interruptions, emergencies, surprises, it can take us off track from where we need to go, number one. Number two, all of our lives are different. So we cannot look at our life and compare it to other people's lives and say, use that as a measuring stick as to where we should be, because that's going to bring frustration, and that's going to bring it's going to deflate us from making the strides in life that are uniquely for us. So for some people, caregiving, like Chantal, happens early in life. For some people, it happens later in life. For some people, it may never happen up front and personal. They may have to support from afar. Your caregiving journey is unique to you, but you do have to be mindful of the phases that you're in when you are on this caregiving journey. So there are essentially two types of caregivers. There's the family caregiver or the primary caregiver, and that's mostly what we're going to be talking about today. And they're caregiving because of a physical disability or illness or an impairment that has happened in someone's life. They can either do it, like I said, from afar or on every now and then check in, or sometimes every day. And then you have the care worker who is actually the direct person who works directly with the older person who is paid to do so. And mostly the family caregiver and the care worker often have a very close relationship, or should, or care workers, because they're both working in the best interest of the person being cared for. Okay, so what's the extent? We don't have very good statistics in Bermuda about the extent of caregiving. But we're going to extrapolate a little bit from the UK, and I got this information to give credit to Carers UK. And in the UK, 1 in 8 adults, around 6.5 million people, are carers. So they call them carers in the UK. And every day, another 6,000 people take on a caring responsibility. For us in Bermuda, the fastest growing population is the, I used to say 65, but it's actually the 50 plus population. We represent 50% of the population. So as you can imagine, we're also coming into caregiving roles more frequently because our parents, if they're alive, they're getting older as well. And sometimes you're finding 2 and 3 generations. I know one of our workers, her great grandmother is 100, her grandmother's 80, her mother's in, her mother's in her 60s, so you can have generations of older adults in the family. 58% of carers are women. You see that number's creeping up a bit. No explanation as to why, but we are having less children. So if you only have 2 and one's a girl, one's a boy, or you only have a boy or a couple of boys, then men are going to be more likely going to take on caregiving roles as well. And 1.4 million people provide over 50 hours of care in the UK. And over 1 million people in the UK care for more than one older adult. And as of 2020, Carers UK estimates that there's around 13.6 million persons caring for older adults through the pandemic. And maybe that's been some of you, you've got yourself to care for, and then also you're caregiving for someone throughout the pandemic. More facts. Carers are the backbone of the long-term care environment. In the UK, they save the economy $132 billion a year, an average of $19,336 per carer. So carers are, without them, our health system would collapse. And I'm sure we have Kathy Swan. Hello, Kathy used to be our age concerned chairperson, past in the nursing industry, long-term care industry for quite a while. And I'm sure she's seen a great change in, the demand for this type of care. 5 million people in the UK are juggling caring responsibilities with work. That's 1 in 7 of the workforce. And so many of you can relate to that. That's called the sandwich generation, where you have your older adults that you're caring for, and you also have your younger ones, and you're going out into the work world as well. However, the significant demand of caring mean that 600 people give up work every day to care for an older or disabled relative in the UK. And we have instances of this too. I'd be curious as to how much actually have to what extent people have to give up work, but many times people have to slow down or, consider less hours, or compromise social time or me time to care for an older person. And when Lesiline was making the introduction, talking about some of the strains, this is where now caregiving gets difficult. When we do have to take this on, there's a love for it, we want to do it, but there's not always that good balance of being able to take care of ourselves. Now, in the UK, carers allowance is the main carer benefit. Now, we are not here yet. There are some benefits. I will talk about that later on in the presentation, but we do not have a caregiving benefit in Bermuda, and it's something perhaps we might want to think about. And it is 67 pounds, just over, for a minimum of 35 hours a week, and it is still the lowest kind of benefit. So on the one hand, you see up the top how valuable the long-term care is to the economy, to the system, but then on the other hand, you see there's not a lot of remuneration for doing it. It tends to be, when you take this on, you're personally taking it on, because you're also going to perhaps lose income or use your income to be a caregiver. And we'll talk about that a little later. So here's some of the downsides that I talked about. People providing high levels of care are twice as likely to be permanently sick or disabled. That's a fact. Sometimes carers can die before the person that they are caring for. And again, that gets back to that self-care, that strain, on the body, on the mind, and it results in sickness as well. 72% of carers responding to Carers UK State of Caring survey said they had suffered mental health as a result of caring, and 61 said they had suffered physical ill health as a result of caring. And 8 in 10 people say that they feel lonely or socially isolated. Because when you become a carer, there is so much that is involved. You may either be too tired to caregive, or other people can't relate, to where you are. When you're a spouse, it's particularly difficult because that person who's being cared for would normally be the person that you would go, you travel with, do and have entertainment with, and so on. And now you're caring for that person. So it can be very, very socially isolating. So as we said, the typical caregiver is a married woman in good health, working part-time, who has been caring for an aging parent for more than a year. Her income is under the national median. This is in the UK, and she has felt both a bit of physical and emotional stress as a result of her caregiving experience. So what I'm going to do now is share a video with you. Now, hopefully, I'm hearing perfectly. The sound is great, but I understand, I can see from the chat that some people are experiencing some sound issues. That tends to happen when I share videos. So if you cannot hear, if someone can just unmute yourself and tell me, and then I'll see what I can do. So I'm just going to stop the share here. Okay, let me know if you can.
Sleep is the elixir of life.
Just gonna.
But
Are you a caregiver, an aging adult, or a care receiver who is throwing up your hands saying, I wish someone told me that caregiving would be like this. I wish someone told me that getting old would be like this. It's not what it's cracked up to be. In this video, I'll share 10 unexpected, crazy things about caregiving that you may or may not know. You may be new to caregiving, and all of this caregiving stuff that happens may be quite a shock. You may be an aging adult who is seeing your health decline, realizing that you will need care and you're not sure who will be that caregiver. I'm Pamela Wilson. I help caregivers and aging adults solve caregiving problems. For the past 20 years, I have responded to caregiving emergencies, shown up in emergency rooms, nursing homes, memory care communities, managed 24-hour care for my clients. I am a caregiving expert. The number one surprise in caregiving that we don't like to talk about is that caregiving results in death. How do I know this? I know this from my own personal experience. My oldest sister died in a car accident when I was 17. My mom passed away when I was 35, followed by my father several years later, and my oldest brother 1 year after my father. I was the person, and you may know someone like this, who said, no more funerals. I don't do funerals. So what did I do? I took that experience and I became a caregiving expert who helps aging adults through caregiving issues and also end-of-life issues. As a power of attorney, I have had to turn off the machines on life support for my clients. I've been with them when I passed away. Death is scary for us until you have been with a loved one who has passed away, and the fear of that goes away. Which brings us to number 2. Aging parents ask me, who will be the caregiver? My question to them is, have you talked to your children? If you're a single adult, have you talked to your family? Having conversations about caregiving and power of attorney are extremely important. If you know who your power of attorney is, you will know who caregives for you. The reason that we don't have these conversations is because we don't know what power of attorney is. As a power of attorney, I can help you understand that. On my website, PamelaDWilson.com, there is a power of attorney course. I take you from the A to Z of power of attorney so that you know that it is so much more than a piece of paper. The person that you choose is important, the responsibilities are important. Choosing a power of attorney is nothing that you should ever take lightly. Number 3, loved ones will refuse care. As an aging parent, you may tell your children, oh, I don't need any care, I'm fine. The reason this happens is because as we age, things happen. Our health declines, it gets worse. Maybe we can't drive anymore. Our world is getting smaller because we've lost friends. Maybe we can't go out as easily as we once did. We feel like we're losing control and our families want to swoop in and just take over. Adult children, the roles in a sense reverse here. Your parents took care of you as a child. You have a responsibility now to care for your parents, but you can't just rush in and take over. Again, caregiving conversations are important. Mom or Dad, how can I help you? Mom or Dad, I see that you might need help with this. Would you like some help? How can I help you? And caregiving should be 50-50 with equal participation. The caregiver shouldn't do everything. The older adult should not expect to be waited on. Next, there is the financial shock of caregiving. Medicare does not pay for everything. Medicare, private insurance, doesn't pay for the help that most aging adults need to stay at home. That's your retirement savings, your Social Security. If you have long-term care insurance, it pays for that. Otherwise, you are on your own. If you're low income, Medicaid can help. These are conversations that it's important to have. Adult children, your aging parents might not want to talk to you about their money. That's very common. So what do? You talk about costs of care. In-home caregivers, $25 to $35 an hour. Assisted living, $4,000 to $7,000 or $8,000 a month. Memory care, $5,000 and up. Nursing homes, $300 to $350 a day. That's $10,000 a month. It's crazy. Time to talk about this now rather than later when you're shocked that there is no money to pay for care. Which brings up the next one. No one wants to go live in a nursing home. My mother would shake her finger at us and say, "Don't you ever put me in a nursing home. I will come back from my grave and haunt you." Fortunately, we never had to do that. For older adults to stay at home, you have to remain active, physically active. Falls are the #1 reasons older adults leave home. I call it falls, fractures, and death. You break a hip fracture, the chance that you will die in the first year, 12% if you live at home, 20% if you live in assisted living, 30% if you have dementia or live in a nursing home. Must remain physically active, must be able to continue to bathe, dress, walk around, take your medications, do all of those things. I tell my aging clients that staying at home is like having a part-time job after you retire. It takes work. It just doesn't happen. #6, we have memory loss, Alzheimer's, dementia, behaviors that go around with that. Why don't we talk about this? It's because as family members don't recognize the signs of memory loss. Aging adults who go to the doctor, they forget to talk to the doctor. They don't remember the list of things that they were going to talk about. They don't remember that they forget. 50% of older adults over age 85 have memory loss and are undiagnosed. What are the signs? Forgetting to take medications, poor hygiene, sticky notes all over the house. You have a conversation with someone and 5 minutes later, you don't remember what you talked about. Memory loss is common in older adults. It's important to go to the doctor to get a diagnosis so that you can be preventative. Younger adults, dementia, Alzheimer's, the signs happen 10 to 20 years before a diagnosis. What are they? They begin with circulatory issues. If you have high blood pressure, diabetes, anything that affects your circulation, vascular dementia is a high probability for you. These are things that your doctors don't tell you. These are things that I know because I've been in caregiving for more than 20 years, family experience and professional experience. I know what happens. I wish I could tell you caregiving would get easier. It won't. It becomes more difficult as our aging loved ones see health declines as they get older. #7, the healthcare system is not your friend. If you are an aging adult, you have to be able to advocate for your care. A situation I had with a client who had pneumonia and went to a hospital. The doctor said to me, "Oh, he's old. He's lived a good life. Why should we treat him? We shouldn't put him through all of this." I said to the doctor, "I'm the guardian. I know what he wants. He bounces back very quickly when he receives treatment, and I want him treated." Doctor, not happy with me, but did what I wanted. This has happened with me over the years with more clients than I would like to admit. As an aging adult, as a caregiver, you have to know your health better than anyone else, and you have to stand up and advocate, or you will be refused care by the healthcare system, who favors the young, not the old. #8, it's important to have a backup plan. In my family, our thought was that my mother would outlive my father. My father was older. Men die before women, that's the truth. Happened exactly the opposite. My mom passed away first. I don't know what we were thinking. She had all kinds of health issues. My father was healthier. She passed away. My father was extremely, extremely depressed. He was a World War II veteran and he almost committed suicide. Fortunately, he called me and he talked to me about that. These are the issues that you as caregivers will experience with your parents, that you as a spouse may experience with another spouse. It's important to have a backup plan. If you are a spouse and you are power of attorney for each other, and one passes away, who is your power of attorney? Is it child number 1, child number 2, child number 3, or a friend of yours? We all need a caregiving backup plan. It's important. #9, believe it or not, families don't get along. Usually one person in a family becomes the primary caregiver and they end up doing everything. And they feel stressed, anxious, overwhelmed, angry. They worry that they can't keep going on. There are days when they throw up their hands and say, I don't want to be a caregiver anymore. Why is this? Because they don't ask for help. Which leads us to number 10. Caregiving support is important. Whether you attend a group in person, online, take a course, becoming more knowledgeable about all of these crazy things that happen in caregiving can avoid the unexpected. They can avoid many of the things I've talked about, but not if you don't gain the knowledge. So what are the benefits of groups? You learn new caregiving skills, you share information with others, and become more confident in making the right decisions for your loved ones and in advocating. You also share stories with other caregivers who are in similar situations. Many people outside of caregiving will judge and say, oh, it can't be that bad. Of course you should take care of your parent. They have no idea what you're going through on a daily basis. Caregiving support groups and courses help you gain hope. The helplessness, the worry goes out the door. You feel better, you feel more confident, and you won't say hardly anymore, I wish someone told me that caregiving would be like this. I wish someone told me aging would be like this. Caregiving support is important. I'm Pamela Wilson. I help caregivers and aging adults solve caregiving problems. My website is PamelaDWilson.com.
Okay. So that is giving you a good idea of what it takes to be a caregiver. Now, Leslie, how am I doing for time? Because I want to just make sure I can get through all the rest of it.
You're fine, Dr. Fleming.
Okay. All right. So some important takeaways. First of all, I don't entirely agree. So I have a disclaimer. I like the video because for the most part, it got across some of the points that I want to make. I wouldn't say necessarily that the health profession isn't your friend. I wouldn't say that. But what I would say and do agree with is you have to be an advocate. And I've experienced this throughout my career that as people do get older, sometimes it is taken for granted and some measures are not taken because people are older. And you have to be the one that goes in and advocates for a particular procedure or course of treatment and be on top of the healthcare professionals. But for the most part, I would say that healthcare professionals can be very good friends in this journey. Do we have a system that supports healthcare? Like she was speaking of Medicaid. We don't have that, unfortunately. And I'll get into some of the things that we do have in a minute. Let me just stop here. Get up my presentation. Let me just fix that. Okay. Okay. So how do you recognize when assistance is needed? As she mentioned, decline of physical or cognitive functioning, lack of management of household finances, late bill payment or missing months, lack of management of household chores, forgetfulness. Now, I have to be careful with the forgetfulness because I'm 51 and I forget a lot. But you do have to, I do have to now I find that I'm not multitasking as much. We do have to give up the multitasking. I'm being very deliberate in the things that I do. I don't want my kids coming over and saying, hey, mom, you need a caregiver. But forgetfulness can be a part of just living. We just have to organize ourselves better so that we are focusing on one thing at a time. But it can be, depending on the severity, a sign that assistance is needed. Now, this I will say, we often say that, sometimes I think she even mentioned it in her talk that we revert back to, having to depend on people and being almost like we're children again. And the Bible speaks of that, once a man, twice a child. But older adults they're not children, okay? So this is the difference, especially when they're capable of making their own decision. They have legal rights, their assets, for the most part, if they're in their name, belong to them, and so on. So we can't just, force ourselves into a situation. We have to recognize that the older adult can also make choices about his or her life. And many times in caregiving, that can be the source of contention. So hopefully and prayerfully, we're now, as we're maturing, we're learning to meet people halfway, be more accommodating, because that will make it easier on the caregiver, while at the same time understanding and respecting that as older adults, we do have rights as well, because you don't want to be taken advantage of. So it's that delicate balance that you have to create of, knowing when we are to allow the older adult to take care of themselves, and when we kind of gotta back off. And I'll just give you a joke, like with my kids, they came across an app that can monitor you at home. The sensors on your bed, if you fall out, sensors on your windows, monitor your telephone usage. And they were like, yeah, mom, we're getting that for you. And I was like, oh my goodness, that sounds scary. I don't want that level of control and intervention from my kids, So it has to be reasonable. And it is a shared kind of sense of responsibility. And as children, as we see our older loved ones, or even sometimes our spouses, who are saying, no, that I don't want that. Sometimes, even though we may not agree, we have to respect that, as long as they are not necessarily being harmed in any way. Okay. So other signs of impairment, and we know what those are. Evidences of that one, burnt cookware, spoiled food, insufficient food, poor hygiene, lack of tidiness. Now, having said that, we know our loved ones too, for the most part, when we are personal caregivers. Some people, this is just how they always live, so it's not unusual for them. But you're looking for when things are unusual, and that's not the norm for that particular individual. So, preparing for those tough caregiving decisions, as the speaker suggested, you have to have a plan. And many people go into caregiving without a plan. I see this all the time. Again, they think it's as easy as raising babies or children. They don't understand the financial implications, the health implications, the relationship strains. So we have to go in with our eyes wide open about caregiving. It doesn't always get difficult, but in most cases it does. So we have to be prepared for that. So the question to ask ourselves is, am I equipped to age or care successfully? In 2011, Age Concern conducted a research that is still very valid today. We looked at all of the various jurisdictions at aging plans, and we asked ourselves the question, what would it take to have a balanced aging plan? And we also applied this to caregiving successfully. And again, Kathy was our chairperson at the time, so she may remember us undertaking this research, which was conducted by Dr. Nina Bradshaw. And so there are 5 components that we recognized that were important for the carer and the care recipient. And that's first, financial security. Asking us the question, am I utilizing the resources that are available to protect my financial future and to avoid financial hardship for me and the care recipient? So what's happening now with extended life, people are outliving their assets, they're outliving their money, and yet care can be so expensive. In the video, she talked about home care, and it's amazing because there's prices are around the prices that we are in right now in terms of the average caregiver. We recommend $25 to $26 an hour for home care individual. Then you have the independent living somewhere around 5,000 or 6,000, and then nursing homes somewhere around 10,000 a month. But that's actually going up, and many homes have called us to say we have to put our prices up. So you're looking at, you know, maybe $1,000, $2,000 more than those prices. So this is a significant. Some of us don't even make that in salary, let alone to dedicate that to a single, you know, individual's accommodation. So that is a significant financial commitment that you may be making. And then in terms of your education and your rights, do you understand what your rights are as a caregiver? There isn't a lot, but there is a seniors Bill of Rights that can be Googled that the government has put forward. There are certain entitlements in terms of your pension, or if you're a war veteran. There are certain benefits that you can get through Future Care. Future Care is one of the few insurances that actually have a home care coverage. And so these are things that you should know about. And just to plug Age Concern, we do seminars on this type of information. So make sure that you're not a member, you sign up and you take advantage. And you don't have to be 50 or above for these particular discussions, because this is going to help you as a caregiver as well. Should also plan. You have an effective plan for yourself and also for yourself as a caregiver. You know, how are you going to schedule in all the important relationships, taking care of your health? How are you going to, if you have any physical ailments, how are you going to do your vacations? How are you going to include your family? We're going to talk about that in a bit. These are things that you have to think through. And then primary or preventative care. There is a lot of things that can be done working with your GP or other type of non-traditional medicines to keep you healthy and to keep your care recipient healthy. There should be a plan around that. The healthier you are and the farther you get away from formalized medicine where you're going to have to pay money, the better off that you will be. But of course, you must do this with some professional advice. And then how are we bringing it all together? Making sure that one service or one part of my family is working well with the other part, and that it's all coordinated so that it is working successfully. So with respect to, can I afford to retire or be a caregiver? Here's some of the things that you should think about. How much money do you think you'll need? Now, don't get caught up there, because I'm not an advocate of, you know, you need $5 million to retire, because that's unrealistic. Most people are going to quit right away, or you need $10 million to be a caregiver. But you do need some practical things in place. You need a 3 to 6 month emergency fund, as an example. You need basic things, healthcare coverage. You need to be able to maintain the environment that the senior is living in, so regular maintenance is taking place, as well as your own environment. So these are the things that you have to factor in to understand what you need to caregive effectively, so that you're making gains and you're not losing in the process. So you write down what you think your monthly expenses would be, and you also project out to when you're retired, if you're not retired now, or when you are older. Again, in the example that I gave of the 100-year-old, her daughter is 80. So, you know, an 80-year-old has, you know, in fact, she's not even as good as help as her mother. So what do you do in a situation like that? And then you subtract your what you think you're going to pay from what your total income will be. That's a whole nother seminar, but making sure that you're maximizing your income where you can, so that if you have children living with you, they're paying their way. If you have rental income, your properties are up so that you're maximizing off of those benefits, and you have a good maintenance plan in place. If you're doing any type of intergenerational wealth transfer, you're giving grandkids things and so on, that you're getting a good return on those things, because you will need this money to either caregive or care for yourself. Now, we used to have a generation, we're getting better, that wants to save everything for the next generation. But if you don't take care of your needs as a caregiver, you're going to bankrupt that generation. So it's better for you to use the assets that you have to care for yourself and your loved ones with the money that you have. And if there's anything left over, then they can have that. But be responsible in, projecting down the road as to where you might be. And then, have a backup plan. Sounds like a lot, but have a backup plan. Now, the good news is the earlier you do this, the better. But if you haven't done it yet, it's not too late. It's better to have a plan than not have a plan. And if you're caring for someone who does not have a plan, and they're competent enough to have the conversation, it's not too late to have a conversation about a plan for a year, 2 years, 5 years down the road or longer. So again, financial resiliency. You want financial resiliency in that plan. You want to make sure that you're keeping up on your investments in terms of your home. You want to make sure that you have cash flow, that there's money that's coming in that will be able to pay for expenses, pensions, rent, other sources of income. You want to have pretty liquid emergency savings. So if you have it in a certificate of deposit, let's say your emergency savings, you may not want to put it into bank. Some people, if let's say if your cash reserve, you've got $20,000 or $30,000 is not going to gain any interest in the bank, you may want to put it in something more liquid. But you must think of how you can easily liquidate money in the event of emergency, and emergencies will come, whether it's a medical emergency or as simple as, grandma's fridge doesn't work anymore. She holds her medication in there. We got to get it done. And if you're anything like me, those types of things tend to happen in threes. And so if the refrigerator goes, so does the microwave, so does the washing machine. And then you got to all replace those. So you want to think about those things. And you certainly want to get control of your income earners, your rents, any royalties, business dividends, anything that you may have coming in. And you may say, well, I don't know what Fleming's talking about. I don't have all of those things. But if you have a home and there are people that are residing there, just a home and sharing with you, then you want to use that opportunity to save or supplement wherever you can, wherever others are making income and you're sharing with that. You want to use those opportunities now to put aside money or to find ways to save money. And then you have to consider all of your liabilities when you take all this into account: your health care, your health insurance, and long-term care expenses. Okay, so getting back to, do I know my rights and responsibilities and entitlements? Again, here is where you're going to be your best advocate. We, of course, can help at Age Concern. What do I need to know? What am I entitled to? What is my caretaker entitled to? Under the law, someone called me the other day and said, my father was a war veteran and my mom is a widow of a war veteran. Well, there are benefits for that. Who do I call? So, being aware of your care recipients, exactly the things that they may or may not be entitled to, and then making sure that if you need them, you avail yourself to them. But responsibilities also come with this entitlement. So, for example, with financial assistance, as some of you may know, if you own a home, you may not be eligible. And if you sell your home within you cannot get help within 5 years after that period. So these are things that you need to know as you plan, or if you give your home away, you won't have any rights there. But if you do have financial assistance, you do have to have, I think, less than $500 in the bank. If you should not be able to pay for your health insurance, it potentially can cover that, which will cover the caregiving part of your insurance. It can also cover funerals and so on. So these are things that you should, as a caregiver now, take to get to know about. Again, you can start with us at Age Concern, but you also have aging and disability services that can point you in the right direction of things that you should know about your caregiving entitlements, and just entitlements as an older person. So, and then are you holding yourself accountable to a personal plan? This is so important when it comes to our health goals. I know for myself, 5 or so years ago, I was up there. I was, in 230, 50 pounds, my highest 275 pounds. I went to the doctor one day and she said, "Hey, you're not going to be around if you keep this up." And I knew in my heart I had to do something about it, or else all of my bad choices would become my family's problems, which wasn't really fair to them. So what do I need to do to keep myself physically and mentally healthy so that, they don't have a hard time of it going forward? And then what would I have to do at these various ages to make sure that that's happening? And also having a conversation with your care recipient and making sure that your care recipient is also sticking to a plan. I had a gentleman who came to one of our legal clinics, and he's been several times. And one year I had a student in, and she was helping me to interview people who formerly came to our sessions, and he was one of them. And he came in, and I asked him, I said, he thought I was giving him a test, but I said, how are you making out with that will? I see you've been a few years to the wills and estate planning sessions. And he says, "Well, no, I haven't done it yet." He's like 80 something years old. "Why not? And why haven't you done it?" And because he had a blended family, it was quite difficult. But one of the things he said to me was, "Well, I'm always thinking I've got more time." 80 something years old now, this is pushing it, so you got to hold yourself when you set, a goal. And I have to hold myself in a very similar fashion. It's going to stop because I actually can't see you ladies. To a plan, I purposed that I was going to get my primary homestead exemption as an example, got my will sorted out. I did do that. There are other things that I needed to put in place. I want to put my house on the land title registry, maybe put my house in trust. All of these things, they need timelines. It's one thing to say, well, I'm going to do these things, but you actually have to have a timeline to have it done, because also too, they cost money. So you have to plan for those things financially as well. So a good caregiving plan holds you accountable to these milestones, and perhaps also will help you to hold the person you're caring for to a plan as well. Okay, so finding appropriate resources. No man is an island. So if you can find family members who are with you, that is the preferred option. But like was said in the video, many times it falls down to one person, and this is where the healthcare system can be of help. You want to encourage planning. You want to encourage management of a plan for your loved ones. That family meeting is necessary. That family meeting is necessary, as difficult as it may be. And you want to encourage people to be a part of it, so one person doesn't burn out and get sick and leave the responsibility to others. And each family must take ownership of his or her role, or otherwise, as we know, it's not going to work. Okay, so if you agree that on Tuesdays I'll bring dinner for mom, and you don't have to worry about cooking, then that person should be held accountable to that particular role, even if it isn't as big as the one who decides, look, I'm going to live with mom and dad, but I'm going to need you for these things. Every role is important and every little bit helps. You cannot do this successfully by yourself. You will burn yourself out. So just keep that in mind. And by the way, these slides, I'm just giving credit to a former employee of ours, Anita Farbett, who is a nurse, who provided the background information here while she was with us. So what if now you go to the doctor and the doctor says, I think some interventions are in fact needed. While you want to make sure that a functional assessment is done of your loved one to ensure that the best services are matched to the individual's needs. So you always want to make sure that that is taking place. Now, I've just listed some here, services after doing the functional assessment. Maybe you realize that mom and dad shouldn't be cooking anymore. It's too dangerous. They're not getting the nutrients. Maybe there's home care services that are needed. I can't see bottom, but you get the general idea. Home resource aid, you know, it's only through the functional assessment that you'll be able to understand exactly, based on where they are physically and cognitively, what services are best matched for them. Okay, so determining if you need a professional care planner. Now, this was difficult. I actually started picking up the phone yesterday and doing this slide just to see if there are professional care planners outside of the healthcare setting. So for nurses, this is what they do. They do care plans, but usually they're in, facilities, or they're associated to some formal entity like Department of Health and so on. But outside of that, who would help to put together a care plan? Now, when I did call home care services, and you can find home care services in the age concern purple pages of the Bermuda telephone directory, most of the services provide care plans for when the individual uses their service. And sometimes people are not necessarily looking for using the service, but mostly looking for, how do I support my older loved one in the community? What types of things should I be doing, should be involved in their day-to-day caring? That type of service is hard to find. LTC is a group that was listed. I happen to know them. They do provide that type of service. Of course, this is for fee for service, and also Atlantic Caregiving. But this is, if anyone in the audience is looking to get into a field, this is a field that we certainly do need. Just help families to have a care plan in place for individuals that are aging at home, particularly when they need higher levels of care. So the objectives of a professional care plan is you always want to support family participation, particularly when that person is at home. And most seniors want to be at home. When home is safe, home is a good option. When home is not safe, it's not a good option. But when it is, and there's a supportive environment, it can be one of the best places to be cared for. You want to gather information on next steps. You want to have a physical and cognitive assessment. You want to determine the functional level, and then you want to determine activities of daily living. What is it that my loved one should be engaged in safely and can be engaged in safely on a daily basis? And you're looking at instrumental activities. They may seem insignificant to you, but just being able to go to the cabinet, hopefully you can reach it, you can see my hand here, picking up a bottle, putting it down. These are very functional ways to keep our bodies moving, and they also have a practical angle. Okay, one of the mistakes that we do make when we're caring for people is want to do everything for them. No, don't do it, and don't encourage it, because when you're not moving those joints and you're not, you're causing, you know what they say, if you don't use it, you're gonna lose it type of thing. Muscles have to be used. That's what we have them for. Joints have to be used. But of course, you have to be mindful and careful of words used, how the home is structured so that it's safe. I would say for the most part, falls are inevitable for the most part, but falls kill. So you want to make sure that the house is as safe as possible, but don't make it so that you're so worried about this individual falling that they are not moving. Okay, so that's the balance that you really have to have in order to keep the person going. What things can they do for themselves safely, and what things do they need to do with a bit of help? Okay, and then what about you? Getting back to that, what are you doing to treat, prevent, or delay disease and illness in yourself? This is the time when you got to, if you're not doing already, you got to take that doctor's advice seriously. You got that cholesterol issue, diabetes, hypertension. I'm talking about you, the caregiver. You got to take that seriously. Look at COVID-19. COVID-19 affected those with underlying conditions. An underlying condition can knock you out. Maybe you won't be able to get rid of an underlying condition, but you certainly should be able to manage it in such a way that it does not impact your caregiving world. And you have to take that very seriously. What are you doing? What should you be doing? What can you be doing? And don't wait till you become a caregiver. You want to start that now. Okay. All right. And then the integration of services. You know, are those communication levels being kept up? Are you speaking to the doctor? Do you understand exactly what's being said? Do you understand what medications are being used, whether or not they are contradicting? Is a psychiatric doctor involved? And are they talking to the primary doctor? Does the family know? So it's quite the role in being an advocate, as many of you know, but you have to make sure that the right people are talking to the right people so that there is a consistency. Sometimes drugs are contradicting. Sometimes people who you totally take for granted, like a nursing aide at the hospital while your mom had a fall and went in there, for a short period of time. A nursing aide or even a cleaner might be able to tell you she spits her pills out when the nurses leave. Making sure that you are communicating with people who are in the working environment of your loved one or in relationship with your loved one is also important. Okay, so keep that interconnectedness going. And then some tips on hiring help. Consider your needs. Don't be too proud to get help. What type of help do you need? Is it personal care? Is it household care, health care, emotional care? Don't be afraid to reach out. Those professionals do exist in the community and they can be available to you. Here's what caregivers say they need, according to a recent survey conducted by Essential Needs of Family Caregivers in the United States. They say they need physical support, they need recognition. It can be a thankless task, just a thank you. Even from the care recipient, just a thank you for what has been done. Financial support, of course, emotional support, help with time-consuming tasks. So we have women of faith here, a ministry that perhaps will go over, clean a house, or watch mom and dad while somebody goes off and gets a spa treatment or takes a walk or has an afternoon. And then they say time to themselves, which is very much related to what I've said. Now, how can Age Concerned Bermuda help? Well, first, you can join. You can become a supporter of our benefit program. We offer discounts throughout the island, and perhaps you can save some dollars that would go towards your caregiving role. And you can use us. Use our information call services. We're available from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on 238-7525, 24 hours a day on info@ageconcern.bm, or you can go to our website. And then attend our education sessions. We put together, working with MJM, rules in estate planning. We do tough caregiving decisions, which would very much be like the presentation I've done this morning. And then financial resiliency is one that we started. You know, how do I stay financial resilient? We've got away from talking about retirement planning. You know, some number that you get and then you hope that you get there one day. No, how do I be financially resilient no matter what stage of aging I'm in? And then speak to our client services department. We have a young lady here, Haley Francis Pan. She has a master's in health and aging, and she works in our client services and our hardship program, which exists to help individuals with a one-time, once a year hardship situation or crisis that they may be going through. That's how we can be of help. Okay, ladies, so that is my presentation today. I hope it has been helpful to you, and I certainly encourage you. Caregiving can be extremely rewarding. My encouragement for you would to keep your eyes wide open and plan ahead so that you can enjoy it as much as possible. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Jasmine? Jasmine?
Yes.
Sister Lesiline has been kicked out.
Yes. I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm here. Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Wow, that is a lot of information. Boy, hearing part 2 out of all of this. And you touched on so many things that I have experienced and my family has experienced as caregivers. So I don't know about you, but that empty cup that I had earlier, it's getting a little fuller, and I hope yours is getting a little fuller as well. So at this time, we're going to move along. Were there any questions that anyone had for Dr. Fleming? Can you post them in the chat, please? And we'll get to them a little later. At this time, we will have thank you. At this time, we will go into, we'll have our next prize winner. Congratulations. Okay, we have another prize. one a sand pedicure from Industry Park in Lecture. Okay, I promise, do that wheel again. Claudia Brown, congratulations, Swan. You have won a $80 gift certificate from Spa Oasis. One more spin of the wheel on Carmen. My apologies, I have my earphones in. I didn't have my earphones in. Okay, let's spin it again because Aunt Sandy told me that she had an emergency and she had to take care of it. So let's spin that wheel again. And this time it's Audrey Bassett. Wow, the Bassets are really cleaning up today. Audrey, you have won a certificate for brunch for two at the Grotto Bay. Congratulations to our prize winners. Okay, folks, we have some more wonderful information in store for you today. So without any further ado, we'll call on the introduction of our next speaker, Kathy N Swann, and the person that will be introducing her is our Aunt Lynn Tucker.
Sorry, I was unmuted. Can you hear me? You can hear me, right?
Yes, Aunt Lynn.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Fleming, for that fantastic presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Matter of fact, I'd like to get some of the notes, if at all it can be shared. But thank you so much. It was very, very informative. My task is to introduce our next speaker, or to introduce to some and present to others, Kathy N Swann, JP. She has been described as a consummate healthcare professional, excuse me, whose passion for nursing evolved from an early age. She received her bachelor's degree in education in Canada and a graduate degree in education in the United States. She commenced her career with the Bermuda Hospitals Board in the early 80s and worked in various areas in both King Edward Memorial Hospital and the Mid-Atlantic Wellness Institute. She has held several progressive leadership positions throughout the Bermuda Hospitals Board. Excuse me, just a second. And she also has worked at the Westmeath Residential Nursing Care Facility. I'm so sorry. She has been cited as being fair, visionary, professional, of high integrity, assertive, tenacious, a risk taker, a role model, lifelong learner, change agent, relationships manager, results orientated, has a strong commitment to high quality, and is not afraid to stand alone based on principle. In 2004, under her leadership, the design and building of the intensive care unit was facilitated, and it stands there today. From the international healthcare perspective, Kathy Ann has held the privilege of being a board member of a hospital in North America, co-representing at the Royal College of Nurses in the UK. She benefited from leadership training with Baptist Healthcare System in Florida, which includes 4 hospitals. Kathy Ann has been recognized by the House of Assembly for her dedication to healthcare in Bermuda. And in 2015, Kathy was privileged to be chosen as Nurse of the Year. Currently, she is Bermuda College's Director of Nursing and Allied Health, where she and her team were privileged to have implemented and managed the nursing education pathway, guiding and advising our future nurses. Additionally, to meet Bermuda's healthcare educational needs, she has also led teams in the design and implementation of 10 other healthcare courses and programs. To complement healthcare education, her team designed and built Bermuda College's state-of-the-art simulation laboratory, which was actually Bermuda's first. Her community involvement is vast and commenced many years ago, including past chairperson of Age Concern, past president and secretary to Sands Lions Club, past zone chairman of Lions and Lioness Clubs of Bermuda, and a member of Bermuda Medical Council. Currently serving as a panelist for Family Court and as a board member of Bermuda Hospitals Board and Summer Haven Trust. Kathy Ann believes in giving back. She is the mother of one son, Jabori, and mother-in-law to his lovely wife, Chanel. She's Mina to Jalen and Jordan. She loves family, who are her pillar, and very frequently enjoys time with her 4 sisters and 2 brothers, nieces and nephews, granddaughters, nieces and nephews. Kathy Ann loves to cook. She loves to read, bake, cook, and travel. She can frequently be heard challenging those who do not cook or bake from scratch. Her motto is, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you will feed him for a lifetime. Next person you hear will be that of our presenter, Kathy Ann Swan.
Good morning, Ms. Tucker, and thank you so much. I'm just going to go along and share my screen. Okay. Firstly, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each of you for inviting me to present. And I think of it as a very auspicious opportunity, a topic so dear to my heart, and I'm sure it impacts many of us. To Reverend Vando Smith, Lesiline, and your team, I say thank you, and it's been great so far. I also want to say thank you and give kudos to Dr. Claudia Fleming, very dear to my heart. I always enjoy listening to her as well. And I know she's very passionate about all this. And it's so great to have it all come together, especially during this month of November, Family Caregivers Month. Very, very timely. I also want to say welcome and thank you for joining to my sister who's on, I see, from Maryland, my oldest sister, my friends, colleague, and some students, of course, to all the participants. Angry Bassett and I go back very, very far in healthcare. And I thank you. It's so funny because Dr. Fleming has focused on the UK aspect, and my presentation is based on US. So it's going to be great to see the comparison. You can't pour from an empty cup. So my aim today is to look at what a caregiver is, to talk a little bit about caregiving. What does caregiving involve? The types of caregivers, the benefits of caregiving, and things to consider. A special focus, of course, on self-care, what priorities there should be, and some resources that you can possibly look like. Resources that you can look at to assist you on your journey. So what is a caregiver? We can talk about many things. We can start off by saying, if you transport somebody to a doctor's appointment, to the grocery store, that's a caregiver. If you go along and you're being given authority to purchase items for them, whether it be groceries, medication, clothing, that's a caregiver. If you have to monitor someone's medical condition, that's a caregiver as well. If they have asked you to communicate with their doctors on their behalf, that's caring, that's giving. How about advocating on behalf of a loved one, a neighbor, or a friend? That's caregiving as well. If you're helping someone to get dressed, helping them with bathing, helping them to shower, to go grocery shopping, helping them with their housework, that's also caregiving. And those of you that cook, you're sharing meals with somebody in your neighborhood or an elderly person, you're also caregiving. So if you're basically tending to the needs or concerns of a person, whether it's on a short-term basis where someone recuperates from an operation, or for long-term because they have an illness or disability, that's caregiving. We also have the category of family caregiving, and we know it plays a very significant role in healthcare. Dr. Fleming, like I said, spoke about the UK portion. In the United States, caregivers, it's $500 billion it's been costed out. So they save the healthcare system a lot of money. When we talk about naming individuals who care for members of their original family members, that's caregiving as well. So it could range from in-house to members of your family, or it could be a neighbor or friend. That's caregiving. Caregiving is like a stool, okay? It's three-legged. You have the family caregiver. There's always a professional person that's involved as well, and that could range from a nurse, a doctor, anybody that's in the professional arena. And then you have the recipient. Either of these roles, particularly the first and the last one, we never know when it's going to hit home for us. It could strike us at any minute, but it is about caregiving, and it is a three-legged stool. We basically need all three to survive, because you know what a stool is like. Without one leg, it's very wobbly, it's very unstable. So all three come together to make up the one. Now, when we look at the present situation, we can say some have been caregivers in the past, some are current, and then we have to basically, like Dr. Claudette Fleming stated, what are we looking at for the future? Are we preparing ourselves? Are we looking at mom and dad, not just from a financial aspect, but what do we need in order to survive? What happens if we get that call after going to the doctor and need some sort of care? What does that look like for us? What can we do now to start to prepare ourselves? And not just for us, but our families as well, our children, making sure that our children play that very, very significant role in the house. Just reverting back to Dr. Fleming, do they take a very active role in the finances of the house? Is that staying there? Just making sure that we prepare our children for that, just in case. Aging and Disability Office in Bermuda, they have 4 categories when it comes to caregivers. And we assess them based on needs, of course. It might be personal care, bathing, eating, dressing, toileting, and personal grooming. Household care, cooking, cleaning, doing the laundry, grocery shopping, and doing yard work. It could be healthcare, just making sure that the medications are managed, making sure that doctor's appointments are attended to. Do they have to go to physiotherapy or occupational therapy or exercise activities as well? Do they have to go to daycare? Very significantly, it's the emotional care. That companionship. Loneliness is very, very, is not good at all. And you're gonna find people that are lonely actually go downhill even faster. Studies have shown that the older person, particularly that are around a lot of loved ones on a regular basis, live longer, they're happier, they're healthier. Do we make those conversations with them and make it a priority, to stop by and visit, to socialize, to include them in our activities? They can still walk, then they can, if they can physically walk, they can go for a walk with us, a drive, they can attend activities and things like that as well. So we need to ascertain what type of caregiving is necessary for whomever we might be caring for. They also go on to list 3 areas of caregiving. Again, you have the personal caregiver or the family caregiver. You have the skilled caregiver. Someone could range from a nurse associate, someone that's had that training, that skilled training. And also the registered nurse or the enrolled nurse is a category that they use. So once the assessment is done on each person, they would ascertain what type of caregiver is necessary to maintain that person. And I can't emphasize enough, like Dr. Fleming stated, we're not there to do everything. We're there to do what they cannot do. What you don't use, you use. So we are there to maintain them to the highest standard that could possibly be. Our aging and disability service includes home care. They go through a vetting process, and usually the providers are paid by government or reimbursed by insurance. And sometimes the family members assist with the reimbursement as well. And they're there to protect the vulnerable. And this doesn't mean just the elderly, anybody that's vulnerable, anybody that's disabled, or anybody that needs care, that's there. They're there to protect the public when they do require health care.
Kathy, can I
Yeah.
interrupt you for 1 second? I have a request to put your presentation in presentation mode. I don't know what that means for me, but
Yes, I was gonna, in actual fact, I appreciate that comment, but
yes.
I'm gonna keep it like this for a reason.
Okay.
I do have it. I do want to know what they mean. It's just using the full screen. But
Okay.
if I can, I would like to keep it like this for now.
Okay, wonderful. You're in charge.
Okay. I appreciate that comment too.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
One thing about caregiving as well, it demonstrates love. It demonstrates commitment, and it's very, very rewarding. And it's a big savings to the healthcare system. I remember having a conversation with Lesiline just when we were preparing for this. It sets a good example for our children. It lets them ascertain and understand that one day it might be you taking care of mom, dad, or nana. So setting that role model as they come up, and the younger, never too young to learn. Grandchildren, everybody could be involved in the caregiving. On the other hand, I must say, it's not easy. 70% of caregivers work full-time, and that's based on the American standard. It's after a hard day's work, you still have to come home to this person that requires care. It's very stressful. You can lose a lot of sleep as well. You develop poor eating habits. Sometimes we compromise exercising. While it's very important, it helps us to vent, it helps us to keep healthy. We sort of put that aside, whether it's a walk for 30 minutes or just being out there doing something that we really like, or swim or something like that. It could lead to burnout. It could lead to depression, and you can be less and less motivated. And unfortunately, what really happens, you start to project that on the person that you're caring for. And when it reaches that point, we need to stop. We need to take inventory. And at this point, it's probably where you really need some assistance. You really need some additional resources. So I would say, if you ever start to feel this right at the beginning, you need to reach out for help. Whether you make that first step in calling the physician, the caregiver's physician, just to start that conversation. If it's not a family member, I would hold a family conference. And if not, I would talk to the next of kin, whoever's been assigned for you to communicate with, if it's one person. Sometimes when it's a bigger family as well, it might be more dynamics involved. So you might have to reach out to the doctor first. But whomever you have been assigned to reach out and talk to, you need to stop and do that. Because if not, it's going to impact you. And if you leave it too long, it's going to be longer for you to bounce back and get back into your normal life yourself. And you certainly don't want it or need it to go on where you become sick. As we know, diabetes is very high on the island. Many times diet and exercise, lack of that, but stress plays a big role in it as well. And many of the long-term conditions, health conditions, are caused by most of these symptoms as well. So please, if you ever feel you're getting there at the start of it, just make sure that you do reach out for the help that's needed. And we go on to say about mental and emotional strain. That's an impact as well. When stress starts out and it's prolonged, it could lead to many things like I just talked about. If it's physical demanding, becomes even more. It could be something simple, but because you are in that state of mind or that physical state, any little addition of anything is going to make you feel bad. You hear so often about caregivers taking ill and some being hospitalized. They did share that 68% risk dying earlier than the actual person they're taking care of. And we experienced this a lot. The person receiving the care lives longer than the caregiver. We're taking good care of them, but we're not taking good care of ourselves. And as I shared previously, it's very exhausting. And sometimes you'll find that the resources that you do need are not available to you, or they can't be, they're out of range financially. And the demands get, as the person becomes worse, the demands become hard. So that's a financial strain. And like I said, it might reach a point where they might have to be put in a nursing home or a rest home or things like that. But that conversation and that plan has to start. It really has to start earlier. Now, one short thing I want you to remember, and I know we've all traveled. When we're going up on the plane, you'll hear these stories say, as the plane leads and descends from the runway, we are listening to this protocol. In case we reach a point where oxygen is needed, please make sure that you put your own mask on first before assisting anyone else, and that includes children. And this analogy goes to caregivers. Only when we first help ourselves can we effectively help others, okay? And as a caregiver, you must care for yourself first. Strikes home, it makes sense. When I first heard this, I said, oh my goodness, I had to take care of my son first. He was young then. But then, it's like life. If you don't take care of yourself first, we can't do anything for anybody else. They say in leadership school, they too, if you can't lead your own life, you're not going to make a very good leader. So the same analogy goes here as well. And this is self-care, okay? Encompasses many: exercising, drinking plenty of water, making sure we eat right. If music is something that you like, that If that really, really relaxes you, that's what you do. Yoga might work. But we certainly have to bring all these entities together in order to commit to self-care. And we have to be committed to it. We have to be strong, and we have to take it seriously as well. And as my friend, I admire her, she says, I have come to believe, yeah, I am gonna hit on. I have come to believe that caring for myself is not indulgence, okay? Some people might look at it as being arrogant, being selfish, but guess what? Caring for myself is an act of survival. We have to care for ourselves to survive. And it's no way that we can live life and extend our lives in a healthy format. And I mean mental health and physical health as well. But it's all about survival. Okay. I'm just going to go through a few tips that you can go through for self-health care. And just little things for you to think about. We have to take personal responsibility. Our health is our own responsibility. We have to make sure that our health needs are met. Many diseases are manageable. Some are hereditary. Take, for instance, diabetes, particularly type 2. It's something that we can manage and live with well. But we have to make sure that we address them. And whether it's through diet, exercise, and medication. But we have to listen to our doctors. That annual physical means a lot. You have to know your limitations. And later on in my presentation, I'm going to disclose something through my journey. Like I said from the beginning, my professional side became personal in the care of many loved ones. And I had to learn, I learned the hard way, my limitations. You can't do it all. You can't be all to everybody. Because you also have to live your life as well. And people have to respect that. And you have to make sure right from the beginning, if this is something that you want to do, you set those boundaries from the beginning. And I tell people all the time, yes comes with conditions, no don't have any conditions, and you stick by it. The role that you play in your loved one's life, or lives, can I say, is you have to control. And that annual physical as well, you make that a priority. For women, we have to make sure we also get our pap smear if it's applicable on an annual basis, and our mammogram as well. But we need to do self-care, and that's a good way to start. That's an objective way to start, because going to a doctor, that's what you're going to get, the objective results. It's going to listen to your symptoms, and you're going to do and get those results, and a plan of care be put in order for you as well. Stress, I tell people, kills. We have to make sure that we reduce it as much as possible. And as I said earlier, we can't take on everything. We have to know our limitations. Many of us are in relationships as well, whether it's with a significant other, married, in a spouse, or a significant other, but they do have a place in our lives, and they're very important to our lives. And we have to make sure that we balance what we're doing. We ourselves know how we cope. Some cope through exercise. We don't want to cope through excessive eating habits, but certainly some cope through just taking time out or traveling. And establish what support you need, especially when you reach a point where you feel as if, you know, this is getting a bit overwhelming for me. I do need some help when it comes to this. And what impact are the demands having on you? You have to consider that as well. So try your best to reduce the stress as much as possible before it reaches a point of no return. We have to plan regular time out. That could be vacation. And when I say vacation, during these times, a staycation is good as well. You can look for respite care, and in your planning from the beginning, you can look at what areas, what organizations allow you to put a loved one to stay there for a short-term basis. And you can do this even while you're on the island. And the studies and the research I've seen, at least twice a year, you should take 2 weeks to yourself, to your family. Whether it's going to be staying on the island or you're going to be abroad on vacation. But it should be 2 weeks, 1 at the beginning, 2 at the beginning, and 2 at the end of the year, so that you can get your life together and to have some fun and just de-stress. Organizing the necessary assistance when it reaches that point, or even at the beginning, you recognize that I can do this. However, I need this in order to succeed. Make sure that you engage in activities. Some might like bingo. Some might like to go exercising, swimming, going on picnics, but make sure you ascertain whatever you feel makes you happy at that point in time. And you need to be able to go there and relax. Make sure you keep your regular doctor's appointments. And in your day, it goes so fast, it could be very demanding. Make sure you have a lunch break, exercise time, whether it's walking around the block or walking around the yard. Just make sure you do take your breaks, and preferably let those breaks be outdoors. Just out in the fresh air does make a difference. Number 4, be solution orientated. There's always going to be something. There's always going to be a problem. It might be many problems, but try to ascertain and identify what the problem is. Be very objective about it. Think of possible solutions. Try your best to come up with more than one. And then you choose the best solution. And if you have to report in to someone, just let them know this is what's happening. I would suggest this, and this is what I suggest that we do about it, and when, and what that would entail as well. Is it a cost impacted? Is it something that you need in order to make it happen? But you take charge and you make sure, don't let a problem or problems go on forever. As soon as it comes, you make sure that you identify with it. And like I said, just choose a solution. So be solution orientated at all times. You're going to find in caring for this loved one or caring for this person, you get to know that person. A strong and good rapport should be developed. And they'll probably share with you a lot of stuff that they might not share with their family members, knowing that it's going to be in confidence. But just make sure that that rapport is there and that you are more solution orientated when it comes to addressing any type of problem. Number 5 is communication. We know what communication is like. Just be clear, be assertive, and be constructive. If you have to keep the next of kin or the significant other informed, whoever you have to report to, you make sure you keep them informed. When you care for someone, it's not a very popular topic, but make sure you know what their end of life wishes are as well. Some might want to go to the extreme, but in their light is their end of life. And it should have been going through the processes, whether it's written down in a proxy or anything like that. But we have to make sure if something happens while they're in your care, you're doing what they want. A lot of times we get this twisted. The family members want to done what they want to be done, but not, they have to put their feet in the patient's shoes if there's nothing else, and you do what you know that patient will want you to do. That would be my best advice. Many caregivers are expected to be CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation certified, and I would highly recommend that. If you are a caregiver, whether you're a family member or not, make sure that you are CPR certified so that you can do the best that you can do under any situation. And most CPR courses would include first aid as well. So it's really, really good. Number 6, seek the help. Whether this is from the beginning in your planning stages, where you recognize as time goes on that you do need extra help, you identify what help is needed. I would even go as far as saying where you get the help from. so that when you have to report it, this is the help I need, and this is where it possibly could come from. And you can prepare that list, okay? Don't just come up with one plan, have plan A and have plan B. It's best to have that in case one doesn't go through or one is financially impacted. You can also have plan B, and make sure you're timely with it. As soon as you feel as if there is a problem, you're addressing it, and be very concise in addressing it. Exercise, we spoke about this. It promotes good sleep habits, decreases health issues, and is established as a daily exercise regime is important. We don't have to exercise for long periods. 30 minutes is what's been recommended by the research. 30 minutes of exercise on a daily basis will certainly help us as caregivers as well, or anyone. And start off simple. Everybody doesn't have money to go to a gym or to get a personal trainer, but certainly start walking just a short distance. Bermuda, I've learned even more during the pandemic. It's beautiful. Just walking from my home along the water, I'm saying I've never, ever experienced and appreciated home so much. I knew when I went away, I was always never upset coming back home. I enjoy coming back. But during this pandemic, I'm telling you, it's Bermuda's beautiful. I see why tourists all want to come here. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The water, and no matter where you go, it's beautiful. Number 8, controlling emotions. Very easy when under pressure. Emotions get high in a negative way. We ourselves as caregivers have to make sure we identify and acknowledge our feelings. Only us could do that. Only us could change. Know when you need time off. And I talked about whether it's a staycation, a vacation abroad, or just respite care. Seek the support, and just put your feelers out there as far as what you need. Don't let people make you feel guilty because you need time out. It's unfortunate that it happens, but it does happen because everybody wants to remove themselves from the situation, and oh, Kath's got it. It doesn't go like that. Just make sure you keep a positive mind. And I tell people all the time, try your best to, on a regular basis, communicate with positiveness, okay? Everybody's always gonna have something going on, and that's respectful, you can understand that. But when you're in a state of negativity all the time, it's not gonna be beneficial to anybody. But just keep positive, pray, read your Bible, do things like that. Prayer, the power of prayer is phenomenal, as you know. Engage in positive activities. And like I said, keep those positive friends that you can vent to and that you know would be able to just keep your business there. I remember my mom always said, your friends are happy when you're happy and say it when you say it. They're not happy when you say it. And there's a difference between a friend and an acquaintance. So during these times, a lot of people find out who their true friends are, unfortunately. And it's, you just reposition yourself. You know, you never know when you're gonna need somebody in life, but it is a time for doing inventory. Okay. I have to look at some of the resources, and of course, this list is not exhausting as well, but age and disability services are there. Disability, they deal with home care, end-of-life care, care homes, training they do, and a lot of help when it comes to dementia. WinReach also offers services, particularly for the caregiving aspect. They used to have monthly meetings for caregiving, but I think COVID probably impacted that. I can't forget Age Concern, excellent resource, and they're just moving and shaking, just doing their best to do what they have to do. And I do think they do a great job. And their physical location is out at the Amity House, as you know, very new, very beautiful. The Bermuda Health Council, that's another resource that you can use as well. It's that's located in on Wesley Street. Right? That's Wesley Street. And then on the internet, you can go into helpingservices.bm. That's an excellent resource. It brings everything together. Phone calls to these places where, I mean, the people that the receptionists, I guess it was, were phenomenal, very knowledgeable. You felt the passion and energy when you spoke to them, all of these. And I hope Bermuda reaches a point where we have more statistical information about this, because you can, as you heard from Dr. Fleming with the US that I referred to as well, their information is there, and it's a lot. We do have a lot of information, and I think it's just about pulling it together. But these right here are excellent resources that would just be able to help us with anything as well. And I'm thinking a few things I'd like for you to ponder on. Just try your best to be proactive for self-care. I shared 8 things for you to consider. Only you know your body, but when your body talks and you feel, listen to your body, okay? Don't let it go on for too long. Take responsibility for your own personal health. I have to sometimes too to stop and think, like, if I didn't do this, what impact would it have on my son or my family in general? So we want to be able to reduce that impact and take care of ourselves from the beginning. And like I said, it's a good role model for our children and grandchildren to do that, to see us exercise and to see us eating right, drinking water, and just taking care of ourselves. Going to the dentist every six months like we're supposed to, and things like that. When your needs are taken care of, the person that you are taking care of will benefit also. And remember that when you get on the plane, you listen to it. You make sure you put that oxygen mask on yourself first, okay? Make sure that you enjoy quality time with your friends and family. That's most important. I know sometimes there are dynamics, but you, as a family, we get together the 4th Sunday of every month. And I don't know how we came up with this, but when it's your birthday, you have to supply food and cake. It should be the other way around, eh? But we supply food and cake, and we do that. When we first started, I thought it was a bit much, but I quite enjoy it. And for my grandchildren, it's great as well. And I tell you, really find out who the cooks are, believe me, you really do. And make sure that you take regular time out, whether it's a staycation or vacation, or food, you're the person you're caring for being in respite. You have to nurture those relationships that are being impacted, if they are, by you caring for someone and somebody else having a lot of your attention, and trying to balance the best that you can as well. I just want to stop here to see if anybody has any comments or questions thus far.
Kathy,
Yes.
yes, I just want to say that you've hit such valuable points that we need to listen to as caregivers. I can say, especially for myself and my family, my husband and I are both caregivers because my husband's family, my husband's parents are in the 90s and my dad's in his late 80s. And we were juggling, preparing meals, going to see them, making sure everything is okay. And we found out that we had to say, listen, you know, we need help. We need to help. So we have to recognize when we have to bring in a caregiver, when we have to bring in somebody else to help to do the cleaning. And so from that experience, I can say to caregivers, get the help that you need. It makes your life so much easier. You're not burnt out. We were burnt out. I was cooking 2 weeks out of the month for both my in-laws and my father. We would run to Somerset because they're both in Somerset, and thankfully they lived in the same neighborhood. So we were able to go to one, do what we have, and then we would mosey on to my dad. Sundays we would get home exhausted at 11 o'clock at night and trying to prepare to go to work the next morning. So this has been an exemplary presentation thus far.
Thank you.
And I hope that everyone takes to heart the information that's being imparted to them.
Thank you. Thank you.
I see Alasia Brangman had put something in the chat, a comment about vacation. You may want to take a look at that, Lesiline.
Hi, Miss Swan. Good morning, everyone. And it's Alicia. Miss Swan, I placed a note in the chat where, you made the comment about taking at least 2 vacations a year. However, when you're having to submit claims to government and government doesn't keep up and they're weeks behind and you have financial obligations, how do you do that? Because they don't pay on time. And I'm speaking from experience because I'm still fighting with government with Future Care because they're like 5 weeks behind. And I have things I have to do and I'd like to take a vacation, but I don't feel comfortable taking a vacation if I can't take care of my financial obligations first.
Is there someone that could, the next suggestion I would have, is there someone, a family member or a friend that could give you some time out until that's sorted out?
I'm actually an external caregiver. I care for I have an external care patient.
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
so, and that makes it harder because if I, and that's the other thing too, if my patient is a very high strung patient, unfortunately, because she's in stage 2 of dementia. So there are some days that are great, and then there's some days that are very horrific. And I do have the support of my patient's family, but however, if I just need if I just need a day or 2 to myself, I really can't take that time to myself. And then if I do, I have to give up hours to so that someone else can get paid.
I see what you're saying.
Right. So, and with Future Care, you don't get sick pay and you don't get vacation pay. So then how do we handle that situation?
What I would suggest, it's good to see you. I know you're from a different firm. Let's talk. If you can give me a call, we can have a conversation. Yeah, that'd be good. Because that is difficult. I don't have anything off my head right now, but I'm sure something will come. Yeah.
I don't have your cell phone anymore because I have a different phone, so all my contacts didn't transfer over. But if you want to send it to me privately, I'll be happy to give you a call.
Sure. Okay, sure. Yes,
Thank
absolutely.
you, Kathy. Okay.
You're welcome. Welcome. Okay.
Hi, Miss Swan.
Hi, Christina.
Thank you for presenting, and the other lovely lady prior, that was totally amazing. I do understand what Alicia is saying. Those who work for TLC Home, and she just mentioned another one, you really have to put into budget for yourself because A, you're waiting for the insurers to pay you. B, you have to have your information in order. When it gets sent into TLC Home, sometimes I have to call them up. I'm like, nope, you got that wrong. You have to do this. But it's all, we have to budget really seriously because there is no fallback of, okay, they'll arrange for you to, I know at TLC, they'll arrange with you to take time off, but there's no pay coming in there. So you have to take that pay. And if you're sick, you're not getting paid either. We're there providing the help, but there's really, I've been looking personally because when I have my little hustles that I want to do with them, to get experience, because as you know, and the others don't, I'm a nursing student. I have beautiful Miss Swan and of course, Mrs. Falcon, who's teaching me a lot. And every chance I get when I'm not in school, I like to apply what I'm learning so I don't lose it. And when I'm in this situation, thank goodness, grace of God, I've got my husband who's been a major support. But sometimes it's hard, especially now with the kid in university. You know, it's called count your pennies, count your blessings. And but if you take that moment away from the person you're taking care of, it's like, you know, you're left without nothing. It's different if you're in Westmead or you whatever, you know, vacation is planned. If you get sick, insurance covers. I know at TLC home, I have to have my own insurance because they don't do the insurance aspect. So I don't know if later on in government something can be arranged or made up so that sort of as a safety net for us who are more than willing to provide the care for these external people who are not within our family homes. And, you know, I have an aging mom who's, you know, God bless her, is 86, who's taking care of me. And then I have my biological mom who's 82. And I have my dad who took care of me, raised me, who's 98. So, you know, between that and family aspect and whatever, I know how she's feeling. And sometimes, you come home and the only thing you want to do is get in the shower and cry. And sometimes you have to just, you know, try and refocus yourself. So I totally understand. And I really hope that these talks happen more often because I really feel that something needs to be put in place for these care providers.
Okay, thank you for sharing. I appreciate that.
No problem.
I do have one other question too, and I'm not sure if you can answer or Ms. Fleming can answer. As a caregiver, we know that our clients, our patients have rights, but as a caregiver, what rights do we have? Because just a couple of weeks ago, my client got really, really out of hand. And she says, well, I'm going to call Claudette Fleming and I'm going to report her to you. So guess what I did? I called, but Miss Fleming wasn't available at the time. And I spoke with the Miss Tucker and I put her on speaker and I said, Mrs. Tucker, this is Alicia Brangman. She's like, well, hey, Alicia, what's going on? And I said, listen, I understand that my patient has their rights, but as my rights, what do I have? What are my rights? They said, because my client has just threw a pot at me with water in it. And it's a good thing it didn't have hot water in it, because then I would have made a phone call. Your mother just threw a pot of hot water or a pot of water with me. And, you know, and other times she's been physical with me. Out of nowhere, I'll be standing next to her. She shoved her walker right in my back. You know, yeah, I have a very high strung client. And her family is very great, but I had to put her, I put Miss Tucker on speaker so she could explain to me, I could explain to her, and she could explain to me what my rights are. And it kind of like just, you know, shut my patient right down, because, you know, the thing is, you know, when, and I know dementia is hard because, you know, you can remember certain things and then there are things you don't remember, and there's stage 1, there's stage 2, there's stage 3. And with each stages, it comes different, it comes different ramifications with each stage of the dementia. Some are very meek and mild throughout the whole, you know, change of stages. And some of them become very aggressive, like my patient. And then, especially when they can't have their own way, i.e. COVID's up, the numbers are high, people are passing away left, right, and center, but you still want to go sit down and take me, you still want me to take you to masters, and I'm not going to take you because I'm not putting myself in harm's way and I'm not putting you in harm's way.
Right.
So I got tired of her saying, well, I'm going to report you to Sheila Cooper, I'm going to report you to Miss Fleming, and I'm calling this person. And I'm like, okay, hang on one moment, I'm calling for you. And when I put, you know, when I called for Miss Fleming, she wasn't there, and she heard that I was speaking to Miss Tucker. She kind of just like grumbled but piped down. And I allowed her to, and I said to her, you know, would you like to speak to Miss Tucker? Is there anything you'd like to say to Miss Tucker? And she just walked into the kitchen with her stroller, her walker, just mumbling and grumbling. But as a caregiver, you know, as like, what rights do we have? How do we protect ourselves? Because should I have laid off and whacked her back or threw that pot back at her? 1, I can be fired. 2, charges can be brought up against me. 3, I can lose my license. 4, I would never be able to be a CNA anywhere.
Yes.
Well, I would let me ask you this really quickly.
Are you,
Hi, Ms.
do you
Fleming.
work for a company or do you, are you self-employed?
I'm self-employed.
Okay.
I was approached by the family because I know the two older daughters for many of years, and they know that I've been doing caregiving for about 4 years, almost 5 years now. And I've
So
been with
you
their
can-
parent I've been with their parent to be a year this month, and I'm the 5th caregiver. She's gone through 4 caregivers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you could do, because it's your company, your service, you can have a contract prior to that spells out, you know, your when your rights and expectations and when things you believe become unsafe for you, that family members and so on can sign off on. That's one of the things. Because you're coming in as an employer yourself, not an employee. Because in that case, you would go back to your employer to speak of the situation. But also you have the right to education and training on behavioral management. Behavioral management, and you can do this on your own to look for courses in behavioral management. It is very necessary for when people reach a certain stage, and in some cases, they cannot help it. I'm not saying that's the case in your case, but there will be some conditions, there will be some medical interactions that may be going on, psychiatric reasons, that they will not be able to help what they do. And so a skill in behavioral management, who to reach out to when certain interventions are needed. Sometimes, and Barbara she's a volunteer, Ms. Tucker. She's a call center volunteer. She's very knowledgeable.
She's awesome. She's
has
awesome.
a very authoritarian way about her, so I can see why there was a reaction. But if you wanted to go even further, the family would be the next step, and you talk about the contractual arrangements and the safety. If that wasn't possible, the doctor, you talk about maybe things that your clients, so things that irritate the patient, make them more sensitive, diet, it's all types of variations as to why they may be have behaving in a certain way. But then also an appreciation of the personhood of that individual can help you understand what buttons can be pushed. So for example, I get this a lot when people work in interracial relationships. And let's say the caregiver wouldn't be your case, but let's say the caregiver
I'm interracial marriage, as you can tell.
Might be a Black person, and the care recipient may be a white person accustomed to Black people working for them and so on, and they can get very, very abusive. I'm not saying that it's a justification, but now you're starting to understand, the dynamics of what. So there are certain things that you can just water off a duck's back. It's not going to bother you. It's a part of who this person is. Trying to change them doesn't make sense,
right?
And just determine what things what limits will be, but know that this person comes with this. And then also in behavioral management, there are categories of intervention, right? You may have to create your own as an employer to say, when people get here, I will do this, I will do this. There are also medical interventions that can take place that can subdue behavior, not the ideal, but of course, the last thing that you want to do, the very last, you certainly don't want to hit back. You certainly don't want to do that.
No.
You got a heart rate, and you don't want to do physical restraints. Now they can be done, but they must be done by professionals in professional settings. So you want to try to avoid them.
I'll tell you,
it's in your best interest to write yourself a policy and write yourself, as to things that you're going to do when a client, and then follow those things.
I'll tell you the one thing that I have done, and that seemed to work because it frightened her a bit. We had attended a doctor's appointment one day, and then from there we went downstairs to the ward-borne chemist. And of course, she got the stuff that she wanted, all the junk she wanted. We came out of the store, and because the receipt wasn't in her hand, she got physically abusive with me coming out of the store, and I got punched. And when I was placing her in my car, and I put the walker in the back seat, she pulled the door away from me, and I almost got my finger slammed in the door. And I said to her, if you would have smashed my fingers, I would put you on the sidewalk. I would call your children. One of them would have to come and get you, and then you'd be standing here by yourself. And then I was talking to her daughter while she was punching me in my car while I'm trying to drive. And I said to her daughter, that's it, I'm done. I'm going to press charges. So her daughter just giggled because she knew I wouldn't do that. So I said to her daughter, I'm going to Hamilton Police Station right now. And I was as serious as a heart attack. I drove around Hamilton Police Station real slow twice. What are you driving around here? I said, I'm looking for a parking spot so I can take you inside, and I'm going to press charges for assault. And she just switched up real quick. All of a sudden, she from being physically abusive to, oh, well, you know, la, 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 la. You know, I don't like to do stuff like that, but I was very hurt. And I know that I know as a parent, first of all, as a parent, I would never, I'm not abusive towards my children. I'm not. I get verbally, I can be verbally upsetting at times. I can be, but you know, children sometimes take us there. But with my patient, they're not my children, and they do have their own rights, and I have to respect them, and I also deserve to respect back. However, I'm not going to take their physical abuse. And even just recently, in light of events just recently, where I'm changing her colostomy, she was asking me a question. I'm leaning over, cleaning the area. She said something to me, and I looked up at her, and whack, she just stung me across my face. And I'm like, what did you hit me for? She says, I told you to look at me when I'm talking to you. And I'm like, I can't look at you if I'm cleaning the area. I need to, you know. And I'm like, you know what? I'm done. And I called my husband because I was very upset. I actually got a bit teary-eyed, you know, throwing a pot at me with water, you know, ramming her walker into me, you know, being slapped in my face, like enough is enough now. And my husband was busy, so he couldn't take the call. And I spoke with her daughter, and I explained to her daughter what had happened, and she was livid. She's like, well, if you want to leave for the day, just go. But because she had an eye appointment, I said, I couldn't do that. I couldn't find myself just to leave her and not attend her doctor's appointment, because that's not who I am. I took her to the doctor's appointment, and all the way, like when I first put her in the car, as I'm walking around my car, I begin to drive. Well, she opens the front door. I stopped my car, took her out, placed her in the back seat, put the child lock on, get back in my car, and I began to drive. She tried to open the door again, so thank God for child locks. Going all the way to her doctor's appointment, she was just so negative, verbally abusive. So I turned the radio up loud, opened the windows, and I'm just singing off the top of my head, looking like I'm a nutcase, you know. But just so I could sound, I can drown out the sound. We get to the doctor's office, and she's sweet as pie. The doctor's appointment is over, and it starts all over again. She needs to go to the pharmacy because she needed certain things from the pharmacy. And I told her, I'm not buying any junk. I will only get her vitamins, the Diavol, the newspaper, I'm fine with. You write the other stuff on your shopping list, and whoever turns to go shopping, they'll purchase it for you. And I told her she's not getting out of the car. I'm running in and I'm running out. And she threw the money at me. And I'm like, would you mind picking up the money and putting it in my hand? And she just mouthed me off. So I picked up the money, went into the store, picked up what was needed, came back out, and all the way out to her home, verbally abusive. And I'm trying to talk to her daughter, and her daughter could hear her in the background. And I told her while her daughter's on the phone, I said, if you don't stop, I'm going to stop my car, put the walker out, put you out, and let you walk the rest of the way to your house. And I'll see you when you get there. She says, you wouldn't dare. Well, Miss Fleming, I slowed my car down to stop. And I said, now, would you like to walk the rest of the way home? And she just went real quiet. But as soon as we get back to her house, I unlock the door, I take her out of the car, and I'm helping her up the stairs, and she punches me again. And she tells me I'm abusing her. And her daughter's still on the phone with me, and she tells me I'm abusing her. So her daughter's like, I'm going to call her right now. I said, well, just give me a minute or two to get her into the dining room table, and then you can call her. And her daughter tried to call and just couldn't get a word in edgewise. And then as I was leaving, she stood up, and as I walked around the table, she took her walker and rammed it into my side. I'm like, why are you hitting me with your walker? I didn't do that. I said, well, You control your walker. And then she did it again. I said, you just did it again. I said, you know what? I'm done. I'm leaving for the day. And I said to her, you know what? And her lunch and stuff was already prepared. I said, you know what? I'm not even giving you a lunch today. You get it yourself. You've really hurt me today. And I left, but I'm still talking to her daughter, on the phone. And she's like, Alicia, you know what? Good for you, because she can't do that to you. That's not fair. Because if I was to turn around and hit her or knock her or shake her, I'm going to be in serious trouble.
Yeah, it can be very challenging. I wonder, back to Lesiline. Lesiline, you were mentioning the need for a support group, because it seems like
we are going to have her. I have spoken with Miss Karen Lightborn at Maui to see who we can speak to in regards to mental health, and to have her assess to see maybe like what her triggers are. But as I explained to the family, I think what would happen is, because it's somebody new and it's not me, it's not her family, she's going to be sweet as pie. So we need someone, we need to find a way where we can take her somewhere to have her assessed, see what triggers her, and how to teach me what her triggers are, or to show me how or what triggers her.
Right. So in the interest of time, Ms. Bregman, what I would suggest is that you just connect back with Mrs. Swan, wealth of information, even in her nursing and experience in the directorship there, on some, perhaps even some training around that. But thank you for sharing.
Hi, my name is Divina Lightborn. I am listening to the latest story. What I can offer is that a lady came to my church and had a presentation. Her name was Marie Frey. She's from an organization that her office is on the side of DHL on Burnaby Hill. And when she came and did the presentation, it was very informative. And so I did come up with a patient, the information that she did on that presentation. I was able to work with Marie Frey, and she guided me and directed me how to handle clients like that. So it would be a good idea that, putting my thoughts out there, that you can contact her. I don't know the name of the company. I can't remember it offhand, but the contact number is 704-0387. And this lady can help you. She will bring you in the office, and she will, help and guide you in that purpose.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lightborn. This has been a great time of sharing, and Alicia, we will connect with you as the Ministry of Women at Bethel, because as women and missionaries, we definitely would like to prepare ourselves for ministering to people. And the reason why we had the Caregivers retreat, because so many of us in our congregation, we're actually taking care of aging parents and friends. And so we saw the need, we saw what everyone was going through our talks, through our cries, through all the challenges. I just want to share with you my cousin, Beverly Brangman. She's on the line today as well. She is a nurse of many years, maybe 30 plus or more, 40. When I was researching information about the Caregivers Retreat, she gave me the name. Her name is Teepa Snow, Teepa Snow. She has several coaching on YouTube, on her YouTube channel. And one of the ones that I listened to was called Challenging Behaviors, and it was an eye-opener. And it just shows you little things, how you can change their behavior by the little adjustments that we have to make in our caregiving. So I will send that link to you after the event. So in the interest of time, I think at this point we did have raffle drawings, but I think we're going to leave the raffle drawings to the end, because we really want you to get all of the presentation for our next presenter, Keisha Allen Smith. But I just want to thank you all so far for sharing. And before I move on, I really want to recognize Sister Eunice Jones. She is the president of the Women's Missionary Society of the AME Church, who's on the line with us today. I also want to recognize our major sponsors. And we are so happy because these are our Bethel children who grew up in the Bethel YPD and are doing well as business owners. So we want to recognize Arisha Williams of Starfield UK. He is the owner and founder and proudly my son, my firstborn. Kenneth Burgess, who is the CEO of Focus Marketing and Development Solutions, and also David Lovell Jr., who is the president of Lovell Technologies. These are our young adults. I kind of say young people, they're more than young adults because they're now in their 30s and 40s. But we are so proud of them, and we are grateful that they chose Not Robbery to sponsor our Caregivers Retreat today. So next we have Sister Nora Keynes, who will introduce Keisha Allen Smith. Lenora, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lenora.
You can hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone has enjoyed the presentations thus far. It's been a lot of good information that we can all use and a lot of self-care to help others. I am pleased to present our next presenter, and that is Mrs. Keisha Allen Smith. She is passionate about empowering people to manage their stress, helping them to increase their energy levels and improve their physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. She was born and raised in Bermuda and has delivered workshops to both local and international audience. The workshop topics include stress, trauma, and resilience, mindfulness, growth, mindset, self-care, and balancing work and home. Keisha is the Director of Development and Instructions at the Berkeley Institute. She is also the Chief Education Officer of Target Learning and Love and Life Empowerment. Her business offers academic coaching services for students of all ages, as well as her personal and professional development workshop and coaching sessions. Her services are available to corporate clients, groups, and individuals. These services can be virtual or in person. Keisha is the proud author of 77 Ways to Reduce Stress and Energize Your Life. This energy guide helps people to choose healthy habits and includes a 52 work habit tracker to support their wellness journey. In her spare time, Keisha loves to do yoga, connect with nature, and spend time with her family. Please welcome us to present Keisha Allen Smith. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you, Lenora, for my introduction. I also would like to thank the committee for inviting me to present at today's virtual caregivers retreat. And so I'm just going to share my screen. This presentation is an interactive presentation. And so just want to put it out there at the beginning. If you if you're on a laptop or a computer and you are able to open a second tab, I would like to encourage you to do so because we're going to be using something called Nearport that will help you with, help you engage with this presentation. I would also ask that you have a piece of paper or a notepad and 2 writing utensils like of different colors. So it could be a pen and a pencil or a black pen and a blue pen, but just 2 different colors. So I'll just give everyone a moment to get that. And then I'm going to share my link so that you can join our interactive portion, which is called Nearport. And so on your screen, you should see some instructions. You can go to join.nearport.com and then put in this code. And I'm also going to drop the link in the chat where you can just click the link and put in the code. So if you have a second device, you can do it on there, or you can open a new tab on your screen. Okay. So I'll just give you a minute for that and ensure you have something to write on and 2 color writing utensils. If you don't, you can interact. If you are not able to join Nearport, you can interact in the chat, but please try to have paper and pen or pencil. All right, and so I'm going to just take this off the screen for a second. I'll actually put the code in the chat as well so that you can do that.
Ms. Smith, it didn't ask for a password. It took me right to balancing work, life, and home. Is that correct?
Yep, that's fine. Yep.
Okay.
So you should see this on your screen. And so as I change slides, you guys will move along with me. All right, so let's get started. So I was introduced. My name is Keisha Allen Smith, and today's presentation is Balancing Work, Life, and Home, Navigating Life Through Energy Balance. And just a little bit about me. I am mother of 2 children, well, 1 adult, 1 child. And so for me, caregiving in that sense, but along with working full-time at Berkeley Institute and having 2 businesses of my own, it becomes very busy and overwhelming. And so I got into a space where I started to research and learn more about how I could manage my stress and improve my overall well-being. And so now many of my presentations outside of workshops I do around education and trauma is I love to empower, especially women, but all people, to manage stress, increase energy levels, and improve their physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. And so in this session, like I said, it is going to be interactive. You can, when we have time to discuss, unmute your mic, but I ask you to be honest with yourself. It's going to be personalized, so there will be some reflecting. Share your thoughts, respect the opinions of others, and remember what is shared in the session stays in the session. We are in a safe and supportive environment, and as we want to encourage and empower each other so that we can grow. And so our learning targets for the day are to understand how being overworked and overwhelmed can impact your well-being. We want to assess our own personal energy levels. We're going to learn strategies to reduce stress and tension. Learn my energy balance formula to improve your overall well-being, and create a plan that's going to help you to energize your life and set you on a path towards the life that you desire. So these are some questions here, right? If you can answer yes to any of these questions, just in the chat, type yes. So do you wish you had more energy and less stress? Do you wake up feeling tired most mornings? Are you physically and mentally exhausted? Have your productivity levels declined at work or at home? And like I said, if you can answer yes to any of these, if any of these questions resonate with you, just drop a yes in the chat so that we know, I'm talking to an audience. Yep, I see some yeses coming in. Yeah, and just know that you are not alone. Research shows that 89% of working adults complain about stress. 63% complain about burnout. and 51% complain about insomnia. And so today in our session, we're going to look at ways we can change things so that we don't have these complaints as often. And so we're going to start with this quick activity. So right where you are, hopefully you can see me, right? I want you to just fold your arms, right where you are. And I want you to notice which hand lands on top. So for me, my left hand landed on top, right? So just take note for yourself which hand lands on top. And then I would like you to unfold your arms. And now fold your arms again, but be intentional and fold them so that the other arm lands on top. And I'd like you to just really quickly, you can unmute or type in the chat. Let me know what happened when you tried to do it the second time with the other hand landing on top.
You had to pause and really think about what you were doing. It didn't feel right.
Yes, it didn't feel right, right? You had to, it took some thought. Anybody else?
Yes, the same for me.
Yep.
It was uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable, absolutely.
Very
Yeah.
uncomfortable.
I did it, and then I looked and saw that, oh, I'm the same way I was before. So I
Yeah.
had to go back and focus on, you know, looking to see which one that I was putting up. So I took more thought.
Yes,
Felt
absolutely.
strange.
It did, right? It feels strange. It feels awkward. And the way we fold our arms, we're not even conscious that we have that habit where we fold our arms in a certain way every time we do it. And it's not until we're challenged to make a change and do things differently that, you know, we recognize the habits we have. And so, you know, it did feel uncomfortable at first. And you did have to stop and think about it. And it might have taken you a few tries, right? And so I want to just preface today's workshop with this because the real impact or the benefit or how we change our life or our well-being lies within our daily habits that we have. And so when we begin to try and make changes to those habits, yes, at first it might feel uncomfortable and you have to stop and think about it, or, you know, maybe you fall off and have to get back on to doing things the way you want to do them. But in the end, you will be successful. So when we are going through change, yes, it's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be different. It's going to take thought, but in the end, you will be successful. So keep that in mind as we go through this session and we look at our personal habits and things that we do and look to ways that we can change it so that as caregivers, we are filling our own cup so that we can pour into others. And so if you are on Nearport, we're going to just do a quick survey. Oh, sorry, I'm going to make everything, yep. So we're going to do a quick survey. And I would like you to just let us know on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest, what would you say your stress level is? And you can just go ahead and on Nearport, if you're there, put it in there. If not, put in the chat the number. You know, what is your stress level on a scale of 1 to 10? This just allows us to kind of gauge and see, you know, where people are at. So we're seeing that, you know, majority of people right now are at about a 5 or 6, right? 27%. And so stress level is medium to high amongst folks, right? Also, we're going to just move on in the interest of time. I want to get a gauge of what is your energy level like. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 0 being the lowest, 10 being the highest, what would you say your energy level is like right now? Go ahead and vote or put it in the chat. Yeah, we have people ranging from 5, 7, 8. Yes, yeah. And so, yeah, we're also falling in about that mid-range as well, right? And so stress, as you know, it can definitely bring on or be the onset of many illnesses and diseases, right? stress is not, or I should say, ongoing stress is not good for our overall well-being. And so we want to talk about warning signs because our body talks to us and it often gives us warning signs. Some of this would be for stress, feeling like you have a lack of energy, not being able to make decisions or keep track of things, feeling edgy or anxious. You might notice changes to your eating habits. So maybe you're starting to eat more than you normally do, or maybe you're just not having an appetite and you're eating less and less. The same thing can happen with sleeping, right? Maybe you're sleeping all the time. All you want to do is sleep. Or some people start to suffer insomnia and they can't go to sleep, or they fall asleep at night, but they wake up at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning and are unable to go back to sleep. Being emotional or, more emotional than normal is another form of or sign of stress, and also an increased use of alcohol or drugs. So for some people, who may have a glass of wine at night, it becomes 2, or that beer for someone might become, 2 or more. So we want to be able to recognize the warning signs of stress in our body. And so if we don't, and we continue to ignore them, it leads to burnout. And as caregivers, as has been shared, and we all know because we are living it, you are all day pouring out and giving of yourself, and then you're not being able to give to yourself until you reach a place of burnout. Now, if you ignore the stress warning signs, it's not going to be very good for you. And what I do, I like to liken that to that of a car breaking down on the side of the road. So many times when we're driving, you might see that red light flashing on your dashboard, but you ignore it. You know it's time for that service for your car, but you don't have time to put the car in the shop. You may hear a knocking noise, but you don't check on it. And so the more you ignore the signs your car is giving you, eventually you may end up stranded on the side of the road because your car has broken down and you're not able to reach your destination. And so our bodies are the same way. If we're ignoring those warning signs of stress, we may reach a place of burnout and you may get ill or have to take some time off from work, and now you're not able to complete tasks or goals you have set for yourself. And so we're going to watch a video that's going to explain what stress actually does to our body. And so you can look, if you're on the Nearport, you can look at my screen or the Zoom screen to watch this video.
Have you run away from a saber-toothed tiger recently? Maybe you haven't, but the stress response you feel when you are late to work or the growl your stomach makes when you haven't had anything but an energy bar and coffee in the morning is the same stress response we had when we were cavemen. That stress response is called fight or flight. Grunk is a real-life caveman. He goes to work hunting saber-tooths and rabbits for his family. Unfortunately, the saber-tooth chases Grunk on occasion, and his physical and emotional stress levels go way up. When this happens, Grunk's body's intelligence kicks in to help him escape. His heart rate goes way up, his blood pressure spikes, more adrenaline is produced, and the body moves the blood away from the digestive tract and into the muscles, as digesting food isn't a priority at that moment. Grunk eventually does escape and rests at home, and after 15 to 20 minutes, his body resets and begins to operate normally again. Now, your body doesn't know the difference between running from a saber-toothed tiger or rushing your kids to school. Your body's stress response is triggered in both situations, so your blood pressure, heart rate, and food digestion is the same as Grunk's when he's running away from a tiger. These types of situations could happen every day in our culture. The difference between you and the caveman is the caveman was able to relax in his cave soon after he finished stressing out. So for the whole day, the caveman would stress the duration of a hunt, which would last maybe an hour. You, on the other hand, have to deal with the stress of racing your kids to school, traffic, work, relationships, and everything else that life constantly throws at you. Plus, add in the constant chemical stress that comes from the unhealthy foods we eat, and it's like you are running from the saber-tooth all day long. The solution is to build your own cave. You have to build your own cave every day, and it means finding some peace in the pileup of traffic while driving to work. It means going to bed on time instead of staying up late binging on your favorite TV shows. It means taking some time to go outside and do some relaxing work instead of locking yourself up in your office. Otherwise, this chronic stress will open you up to most diseases because your immune system will tank and a lack of nutrients that your body needs due to not being able to digest your food properly. Add to that the fact that your adrenals, which are the glands that sit atop your kidney and decide where your hormones go, are so active with the abundance of stress you experience and put into your body, you will develop adrenal fatigue. Put all this together, and now you know why stress is the start of all disease processes. How can we make our fight or flight more effective? How can we turn it off when we don't need it and bring it up when it's necessary? Ask yourself what you are putting in your body for energy. Your body is probably asking your brain for those artificial stimulants you gave it, like coffee, processed sugars, or genetically modified foods, because it's confused on why the adrenals aren't filling up like they used to. You have sucked your adrenals dry of hormones that didn't need to be active in the first place. That's huge because we are taking a finite source and sucking it dry. What people may not know is that a lot of things trigger the fight or flight response. Emotional stresses, eating unhealthy foods, overreacting to life's daily challenges, going through tough emotional times, all trigger fight or flight. However, that leaves a lot of areas where we can improve it. So if this video has successfully stressed you out with all the info it's loaded you up with, you should take a minute to relax. At least you don't have a tiger running after you.
Okay. So we're actually going to take a minute to relax, but I just want you to know, you can type in to the near port or just let me know what stood out for you in this video. So you can unmute. I'll just take 2 or 3 in the interest of time, but you can also type in the chat. And for me, take time out for yourself. We also have to build our own cave, right? Because like the caveman gets time to rest, but for us, if we're waking up in the morning to an alarm clock, that alarm clock right away is triggering our fight or flight mode, right? And so already our system is in stress response mode. And then after that, if you're trying to wake children up and get them out the house, and then you're getting in traffic to take them to school or take yourself to work or, to care for your patients, and then all day you're pouring over yourself with your patients and all you're doing is being in stress mode all day, and we don't have time to rest and digest. And so when it comes to stress and stress management, our body has a nervous system, right? And 2 parts of that nervous system are your sympathetic nervous system and your parasympathetic nervous system. And back to our car analogy, you can think of one of them, the sympathetic nervous system, as accelerating, right? You're pressing the accelerator in your car. So you're going into flight or fight mode, and your body is going into overdrive, releasing these hormones. The digestive system is slowing down, as the video said, and you're, just ready to go. However, rest and digest is the opposite, and this is what we want to focus on. This is something that I focus on because this is how we balance ourselves out. And so this exercise that I'm about to show you, and it's just going to take us a minute, is just something you can do throughout the day, in the middle of your day, after, your patient, you've had a difficult episode with a patient, or maybe you've had a difficult or uncomfortable conversation. You can do the E for L or energy for life balance to help your body reset and go into rest and digest mode so that it can balance. And so right now, sitting where you are, I just invite you to, sit with your back straight, but not too rigid. Close your eyes or lower your gaze and just begin to breathe at a natural pace. And as you're breathing, put your right hand on your heart center and your left hand just below your belly. And just continue to breathe. So sorry, it's on your belly, but just below your belly button. And if you can, just try and inhale for a count of 3 and exhale for a count of 6. or any deep breaths that are comfortable to you. And recognize that with your right hand, you're taking love and kindness energy from your heart, and you're sending it back to yourself via your left hand. Because it's important to love ourselves and be kind to ourselves. So just let that loving energy from your heart flow through your body. And just repeat in your mind the words that I'm going to say. I am happy. I am healthy. I am safe. I am loved. I am happy. I am healthy. I am safe. I am loved. And then you can take a few more breaths and then open your eyes and notice how you feel. And so hopefully everyone's feeling a sense of calm, feeling a bit more settled, and just allow yourself or give yourself that space and time for your body to just reset. And so that is, the E4L balance is something you can do anytime, anywhere, just to help yourself reset. Because as the video showed, we can easily be in stress response or fight or flight mode all day. And we have to be more intentional about pausing to reset. And so when I talk about energy, I relate it to a bank account. So when you think about, you go online or you go to the ATM and you check your bank balance, when you see that that balance is getting low, we naturally say, okay, what's going on? How am I spending my money? How can I correct this? So you might be more mindful and spend less, or you try and make more deposits so that you can bring this back up. But we are intentional because we don't want to become overdrawn. Same thing with our cell phones, right? We ensure that our cell phones are fully charged, right? They have enough energy, the battery can get us through the day. Some of us even carry chargers in our purse or they're in the car because we want to make sure our battery energy is topped up. So we need to start to treat our bodies the same way, right? We want to make sure that our energy is topped up. And so what we do, we want to make more deposits than withdrawals. I'm sure that right now, many of you are making more withdrawals than deposits because what are you doing? You're caring for others, right? You are just doing everything for your household, for your job, for your patients. Some may have a second job, and you're constantly making withdrawals of your energy and depleting yourself. How are you making deposits? Are you making enough deposits? And this is what we're going to talk about today. Making those energy deposits so that we are more on the positive side and our energy bank account doesn't become overdrawn. Today, the world is in an energy crisis, right? And I'm not just talking about the, ice caps melting and resources being used up. It's not just environmental, it's becoming a major health issue. And if you don't know, most of the diseases, almost 80%, are caused by stress. And so when you have low energy, it equates to stress. And when you are stressed, you end up having lower levels of energy. And so ask yourself, are you headed for an energy crisis, right? Are you feeling overworked and overwhelmed? Are you exhausted? Are you disengaged? Are you seeing signs of your own physical or mental illness? These are the things we have to pay attention to. We have to listen to our body. In my longer sessions, we do an energy audit where you are able to kind of assess yourself and your own energy levels. I do have a free copy of this that I'm going to, in the end, give you the link to, where you can download the energy audit and do it for yourself, just so that you can see where you are at personally, and you can decide to make some changes so that you can move forward. But we're going to go on to some strategies or things you can do for being overwhelmed. So outside of caring for your patients, you also have your home life that you have to manage. And so you may be a parent, you may just have your own personal things to manage, but a lot of times when we combine work responsibilities, life responsibilities, and our home responsibilities, it can be very overwhelming. And so when this happens, I always promote to practice the 4 Ds. So what are the 4 Ds? They are drop, delay, delegate, and do. So for me, when I'm feeling overwhelmed and I'm a list maker, right? So when I look at my to-do list and it's just so much on there, I go through this process of the 4 Ds. I ask myself, what is it that I can drop? And so a few years back, I was on, all of these committees. And every time I looked, I had to go to another meeting or, do a task for this committee, all on top of my regular day-to-day work. And then I had to stop and say, okay, well, maybe I need to drop some of these and look at which committees are not aligning with my goals and purpose right now. And maybe for now, I just need to drop this to give myself some time. So for you, think about what is it that you can drop, right? What is not essential to you, but is taking up time and using your energy. Then ask yourself, what is it that I can delay? So maybe on my list, I have something there, but it really doesn't have to be done for, a few days or a few weeks. Look at things you can delay to help lighten your load. Also, what are you able to delegate? And this was a big one for me as a parent, because as a busy person, I'm trying to maintain my house and I just want everything to be done. And so I found that I was doing everything. And then I sat and I went through this process and I said, well, my children are big enough now. Maybe they can start doing the laundry on the weekend. Maybe there are some other chores or tasks around the house that I can delegate to them. And the laundry for me was a big one. And once I delegated this, I found that I was able to buy back a couple of hours on the weekend that I could put into myself for self-care, right? So look at things, look at what you're doing on a daily or weekly basis, even within the workplace, and ask yourself, what is it that I can delegate? So with the 4 Ds, once you go through drop, delay, and delegate, you're going to be left with a list of things to do, but it should be shorter. And now you should be able to prioritize your list and action things and get them done. So again, whenever you are feeling overwhelmed, just practice the 4 Ds. Okay, so you want to drop, delay, delegate, and do. Sorry. Somehow I just made my screen small. I don't know what I just did. 1 sec. I'm going to stop screen sharing and reshare. Okay, sorry about that. All right. And so write that down, practice the 4 Ds because it's going to be beneficial and helpful to you. And in the chat or on your screen, you can just write something right now that you can think off the top of your head that you can drop, delay, delegate, or do, or just even drop, delay, or delegate to lighten your load or reduce stress in your life. So let us know. I'm sure there's something you can think of. I love it. Somebody said, say no, housework. Yep. Stop doing everyone else's errands. Yeah, it's so important, right? And with that say no, we have to also remember that no is a complete sentence, right? And I find that sometimes when we say no, we want to justify it, and give people reasons why. You don't have to, you know what I mean? It's just no. Yep, delegate car washing. Stop looking for things to do just to fill up time. Absolutely. And we're going to talk a bit about, having alone time and using our time to our benefit, right? Stop trying to solve everyone else's problems. Somebody said drop the husband. Okay. But hey, a lot of times boundaries and people are things that we have to drop because they constantly drain our energy, right? And so these are important things that we have to think about. So after this session, you may want to just pause and write a list. What is draining your energy? What, where are you making the most energy withdrawals? I delegated the laundry to my husband and he loves it and gives me 2 hours to myself. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I encourage you to continue to think about those 4 Ds so that you can help yourself to find more time and ways to reduce your stress. And just remember that to protect your energy, it's okay to cancel a commitment. It's okay to not answer a phone call. It's okay to change your mind. It's okay to want to be alone. It's okay to take a day off. It's okay to do nothing. It's okay to speak up, and it's okay to let go. Because these are things we have to do to protect our own energy. Because if you don't protect it, no one else will. And I found that if we don't, people will, and not consciously or intentionally, but they'll start to take advantage because they're just so used to you giving, right? And so we have to protect our energy. I want you to just think about these 3 energy principles because they are underlying to our health. And so we have an energy system that works throughout our body. And I think it's too often overlooked. And this energy system helps with our physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. And when that energy is flowing freely throughout your body, that's how you reach optimal health and wellness. But if you have blockages within your body's energy system, that's when you'll start to see the onset of illness or there's signs of this stress warning signs that we talked about in the beginning. Number 2 is that regularly topped up energy is also essential for your health and well-being. So again, you want to be intentional about making more energy deposits than withdrawals. The withdrawals are just happening anyway. What are we doing to top up our energy? And remember, life is going to be all about your energy and how you manage it. We're going to look at how we're managing our energy because it's possible. And we can always renew our battery, right? Renew our energy. Just like we can charge up our cell phones, our laptops, we can top up our bank account, we can top up our personal energy levels. One way to help, this is another quick exercise that you can do anytime, any place, anywhere when you are feeling agitated or in a negative space, is this energy release exercise. And so again, sitting right where you are, I'm just gonna, hopefully you can see me too, so you might have to just find me in the small boxes, find my screen so you can watch, right? And so we're going to just learn this quick exercise that you can do to release energy or negative energy that you feel in your body. And so you can take your right hand and place it on your left shoulder. And what you're going to do, you're going to sweep down your arm firmly, but not too hard. And over your thumb, grip it and shake or brush that energy off, right? And then you're going to do it again, right to the back of your left shoulder. Brush down your arm and go over your next finger, your pointing finger, and shake the energy off. Do the same thing, come down your middle finger, shake the energy off. Do it again with your ring finger, shake the energy off, and then again with your pinky finger, shake the energy off. And now we're gonna do it 3 times, but you're gonna come over your whole hand. Shake, shake, and shake. Once you're done, I want you to just sit, allow yourself, your body to relax, and let me know if you feel a difference between the left and right side of your body. And you can unmute and let me know what difference you feel.
The side is lighter.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
My right side feels tight.
Yeah. The side that you brushed off should feel lighter than the other side, right? And if it didn't work, maybe you need to do it again. Not that it didn't work, but some of us are held in a lot of tension in our shoulders, in our body, and we just need to take time to release, right? And so if it's a lot that's built up, you may have to repeat it. But this is something you can do again, you know, anytime, anywhere you have this tool with you to just release that stress. So as I continue on, I want you to do the other side because we don't want to be lopsided, right? So, you know, again, you're just using the other hand and you're brushing down. I went thumb, just, you know, thumb, pointing finger, middle finger, brush down each finger and then the whole hand 3 times. So as I continue, you can continue to just do the energy release on the other side. Thank you for you know, engaging with that. All right, so now I want to introduce my energy balance formula that's going to help you to make more energy deposits in your life. And so it's a simple acronym for energy. First is exercise, the N is nature, the next E is eat well, the R is rest and relaxation, G is you want to ground and get your mind right, and the Y is you come first. And so let's take a minute to talk about each one. Now we all know that exercise is good for us, right? It helps us to relieve stress, it improves our health, it also helps with weight management. We want to start to build a routine, an exercise routine that works for us, right? This should always be personalized. And so think about what can you do or what do you already do for exercise? In order for it to be most effective, we want to be doing something for like about 30 minutes a day, 4 times a week, right? At least 4 times a week, so that we can be consistent and help to improve our well-being. Now, we don't want to choose, or I wouldn't choose running because my knees is not going to, run is not going to work for me. So I always encourage people to choose an exercise that you enjoy, because when you do that, you're more likely to be consistent with doing it. And then also have something that you can do inside as well as outside, because sometimes weather may not allow you to get out and walk or do other forms of exercise. But you definitely want to build a routine or a plan for yourself that gets exercise into your weekly or daily schedule. The next one is nature. And it's so important that we connect with nature. Why? Because nature automatically helps to balance your energy system, right? We are one with nature. When you go and you just sit by the water, listening to their songs helps to calm you, helps to balance you. Going outside, just breathing in the fresh air can recharge your body and recharge your energy. It also boosts your immune system because the sun gives vitamin D. And right now in the midst of a pandemic, yes, we always hear the protocols about wash your hands, wear your mask, be socially distant. But I don't think we hear enough about boosting our immune system. And one way is to just simply get out into nature more often. So on your lunch break, if there's somewhere outside that you can just go and sit and eat, do that, right? Or, you know, in the morning, in the middle of the day, just try and spend a little more time outside. Vitamin D will definitely boost your immune system. Go out in the grass or onto the sand barefoot, right? Grounding is very important, and we're going to talk about that a little later on. But when we ground, we are connecting with nature, connecting with the earth, and we're helping to just root ourselves and settle ourselves. So think about the trees outdoors and when a hurricane comes. After the strong winds pass and we go outside, we'll see that some trees are toppled over, some are still standing. And what we find is that the trees that have the deepest roots, the ones that are well grounded, are the ones that stay or remain after the hurricane. They're standing firm or they're standing upright. We are the same way, right? So if we're well rooted or grounded, when stress or trauma hits us, yes, it may knock us and we may sway, but in the end, we're able to be resilient and come back standing up straight, tall, and firm. So learn from nature, take lessons, but also make sure that you are grounded. And again, the sounds of nature, just listening to the rain when you're laying in bed. Some people even will use YouTube or put on their headphones and listen to sounds of nature to help them go to sleep or just to help to calm and relax them. So remember to connect with nature. The next E is eat well, right? We want to make sure that we're using food as our medicine. We don't want to eat to live. Sorry, we want to eat to live, right? We're not living to eat. We're not living for that burger or for that lobster or for that bag of chips. I encourage people to eat the rainbow. So by this, I mean eating foods, fresh fruits and vegetables that are from the colors of the rainbow. Because I did mention the energy system that we have in our body. And, you know, it's also known as the chakra system. And each of our chakras is the color of the rainbow. And so the fruits and vegetables are colorful for a reason, because each of those colors helps each of those energy centers within our body or within our chakra system. So the fruits and vegetables that are the color of the rainbow are highest in nutrients, the vitamins, nutrients, and minerals that we need for optimum health. So I don't mean that bag of Skittles, it's fresh fruits and vegetables. For me, I follow the 80-20 rule. I do my best to do this, so 80% of the time that I'm eating, I want that to be from the rainbow. 20% of the time, I will engage or eat the other things. When you think about it, the foods that are beige, brown, and white are normally the foods that are not good for us or least healthy. And this might be our breads and pastas, our meats, our baked goods, right? All of these things are in that brown and beige family. We want to be eating more of the colorful foods than we are of the others. And so I follow the 80-20 rule. Some people may already be at 100%, maybe, you know, vegan and just eating this beneficial fruits and vegetables completely. Others may be starting out at 60-40 and may say, all right, I'm going to start eating the rainbow 60% of the time and 40% I'll eat the other foods, but then eventually I want to get to 70-30 and 80-20 and on and on. So these are just ideas or things that you can use, because remember that everything I share, it's not going to be a one size fits all, but you want to start to create an energy formula or a plan that works best for you. Also, intermittent fasting is another thing that helps. As we all know, fasting has benefits beyond just weight loss. It also helps with mental clarity, and it also helps with your connection with spirit or with God or higher power. And so intermittent fasting just means, you know, eating within an 8-hour window within your day. So for some people, they may have their first meal at 12 p.m. and have their last meal at 8 p.m. So they're eating between 12 and 8, and then they're fasting from 8 p.m. till 12 o'clock the next day. So that's something that works for some people that you can try. Drink water. Now, we all know this, but are we drinking enough? And so be intentional about the amount of water you drink. Think about, say, 2:30 in the afternoon, you know, work day is your past lunch and you're feeling that drain, you're feeling tired. What do you normally reach for? Is it water? Or is it that cup of coffee with stimulants, or that Coke or Pepsi, you know, or any other soda or juice? What are you reaching for? Try to make it more of a habit to drink water. We have to treat our bodies better than we treat other things. And so another example I use are the plants in your house, right? If you see a plant that's wilting, or just even on a day-to-day basis when you're caring for your plant, would you ever pour coffee into that plant? Would you give it juice or soda? And if you did, would you expect it to thrive and grow, right? I think the answer would be no. So why do we feed these things to ourselves so regularly, right? And so we have to be mindful about what we are putting within our bodies and how we're treating our bodies. So again, eat to live, don't live to eat. Our next one is rest. Okay, and so this is so important. And remember, I spoke about rest and digest, because this is how we oppose or balance our body and bring it out of fight and flight mode. When we're resting, and getting optimal rest, we are recharging and renewing the cells in our body. We're helping our mind, right? And so I often ask people, especially when I'm in person giving these workshops, I will get an average of the group to see how many hours of sleep do they get on average, right? And so right now, you can just write in the chat, on average, how many hours of sleep do you get per night, right? Let's see what comes up. And thank you for all the comments in the chat. Yep, I see 5, I see 8, 6, 5, yep, 6. And you guys are right in line, because every time I do this, the average seems to be around 6 hours. And so we recommend 7 to 8 hours of sleep for, you know, your best rest. But many of us are getting less. And even if you are getting 8 or more hours of sleep, what is the quality of that sleep, right? So it's not just about how much time do we get to sleep, but what is the quality of our sleep? And again, research shows that we get our best or optimal rest when we sleep in complete silence and complete darkness. And today we're finding that this is not happening for many people, because we are now in the habit, I mean, we have Netflix or, you know, smart TVs, so people are getting in bed and they're watching TV and they're falling asleep with the TV still on. And so now you have light in the room from the TV, and you also have noise in the background. Or we have people who are getting in bed and maybe they're still working, so their laptops with them, or they like to play games on their tablets, so the tablet's in the bed with them. Or you have your phone and you're just scrolling, or you're on Instagram or any of these social media accounts. And so again, these are emanating light, and sometimes they are giving off sound. And so we have to be more intentional. So if you are watching TV, set the timer so it goes off at a certain time. Or you may just have to say, you know, I'm gonna shut this off and just try and fall off to sleep on my own. It may mean turning your alarm clock around to face the wall so that the light isn't, you know, shining and lighting up the room. Or you have to, if your cell phone or tablet is near, they're face down so there's no light coming through. But we want to be mindful of the number of hours sleep that we get per night, but also the quality of sleep. So looking to be in silence and in darkness. So we want to be able to rest and relax so we can reset our mind, body, and spirit. Next, we have get your mind right. And we have to do this because mindset is everything, right? Our mindset matters, and our thoughts create reality. And so, you know, Ms. Swan already talked about having a positive mindset. And this is important for us to move forward in life. We also want to make sure that we have our daily routines where we're engaging in some form of prayer and meditation. And I always speak to both, because I truly believe that prayer is speaking to God. And we're often praying and praying and praying, but meditation is pausing to listen. And too often we forget to stop and slow down and pause. And when we do this, not only are we allowing our body to rest and digest, but we're giving ourselves a chance to receive the messages and you know, signs that God is given to us. So I always feel that these go hand in hand, right? We have to pray to ask for what we want, but we also have to sit in silence or meditation to receive what the Creator is giving to us, right? And so mindfulness is a practice of this. And with mindfulness, what you're doing, you're just paying attention to your thoughts, feelings, and emotion in the present moment. So you can do mindful eating. And what does this mean? Many times when we're eating now, the TV is on, or we're reading something, or we're having a conversation, and we never just sit and eat, right? You can eat your whole meal and not even taste it, or, you know, be finished and be like, I didn't even realize I ate it all. I'm like that with a bag of popcorn sometimes, right? I'll be eating it, and next thing I know, the bag's empty and I don't even think I enjoyed it, right? And so we want to do mindful eating, where when you're just eating, you're focusing on what you're doing, right? You're focusing on whatever you're eating. You're savoring the taste. You're slowing down your chewing, which also helps your digestion, but you are paying attention. You're in the present moment with your meal. And so If you see on the slide, I have mind full with 1 owl and with 2 owls. And so you have to ask yourself, is your mind full? Is it just constantly going? Are you laying down at night and you're not able to go to sleep because your thoughts are still churning? Or are you able to be in a state where you are just mindful, where you're able to just be in the present moment? And so we want to be intentional about getting our mind right, because our mindset matters. And so that G can also stand for grounding, because when we ground ourselves, that helps to get us into a proper mindset as well. And finally, it's you come first. And this is where you can pour from an empty cup, right? Self-care is not selfish. And in the work that you do as caregivers, self-care is a must, right? It's an absolute must. I always start by, I don't know if you all write schedules or have a calendar for yourself, but for me, I schedule me time first, time for self-care. I write that in my planner first, because I know that if I'm empty or if my energy is on E, I cannot give to my children or the students at Berkeley or the clients I work with coaching. So I have to fill myself and make sure I'm making my energy deposits and engaging in self-care so that I can be who I need to be for other people who depend on me. Another practice, personal practice of my own, are my magic mornings. And so for me, I have to, if I don't set my day right with my morning routine, I notice that my day falls off. So for me, my magic morning, I got up a half hour earlier. I call that my power half earlier. My power half hour. But I get up and I do some form of movement. So that could be go for a walk, some form of exercise or yoga. I do my mindfulness. So, this is where I sit and let myself rest, because I do wake up to an alarm clock. And so that does activate my fight or flight mood. But then once I sit in my, 10 minutes of guided meditation or mindfulness or devotion, whatever works for you, that is going to help you to balance out in the morning. And then my prayer, right? And so create a magic morning for yourself. Get up before everyone else. And not everybody is a morning person. So maybe you have a nighttime routine that just helps you to reset and settle. But you have to find times within your day, your week, and your month to schedule self-care for yourself. You have to put yourself first. And remember that when it comes to self-care, we think about the physical body, right? But we have to remember it's 4 components. We have to make sure that we are caring for our physical well-being, our mental, our emotional, and spiritual. So self-care involves all 4 of these aspects. And so if you use the energy formula that I've just given you, that's going to help you to start to develop habits that take care of the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. So again, you cannot pour from an empty cup. And so the energy formula is important, because when we have blockages in our body is in a state of dis-ease. And what does that lead to? It leads to disease. But when our energy is flowing and it's abundant, we're more likely to be in a state of ease. And this is how we're going to reach optimal wellness. And so again, it's exercise, it's nature, it's eating well, it's resting, it's getting your mind right, and you come first. And that's the energy formula. And so now we're just going to spend the last bit looking at ourselves, right? And so on your piece of paper, I want you to draw a big circle, and this isn't going to take us too long. Don't worry about all the lines that you see in the middle. Just draw a big circle on your paper and divide it into 8 sections, right? And so you're going to do a line down the middle, a horizontal line, and then 2 diagonal lines on your paper. Don't worry about the concentric circles you see in the middle. You just want one large circle split into 8 sections. Okay, and so we are creating our wellness wheel. And on your circle, not using the labels that you see, we're going to use some different ones. And I will also type them in the chat. So our first section, I want you to label that diet and exercise. Your second section is going to be rest and relaxation. The next one will be career / job. The next one will be, and again, I'm typing them in the chat just so that you can see them, personal or spiritual development. The next one is finances / money. Next one is family, alone time, and relationships or love and intimacy. Okay, so you should have your 8 sections and each will have a title, and I'll read through them again. It's diet and exercise, it's rest and relaxation, career / job, personal / spiritual development, finances / money, family, alone time, and the last section is relationships or love and intimacy. Okay, and so hopefully everyone has been able to label. Again, you can look in the chat. And so what we're going to do now, we're going to create our own personal wheel where we get a snapshot of where we are with our energy and how we're spending it in each of these spaces. And so firstly, take one color writing utensil. And I want you, in the middle of your circle, write a 0. So where all the lines cross, that's your 0 point. And at the edge of each line, that's 10, right? So we're going from 0 to 10 on each line. And then halfway through, you could just put a marker where 5 would be, just so that when we're estimating, we know where it would be, okay? And so now I want you to start with diet and exercise and think to yourself, and you don't have to share this with anyone, right? Think to yourself when it comes to your own personal diet and exercise, how much energy or effort are you putting into it? If you think you're at and 0's the lowest, 10's the highest, if you think you're just doing excellent, you have an excellent routine with exercise and diet, you might put it at a 9. So you're going to make an arc that is closer to, the 10 or the top line for your 9. If you're at a 2, then you're going to be making your arc to where a 2 would be, on those lines in the in that section. Okay, so you're just going to put an arc where you think you are when it comes to diet and exercise. How much energy or effort are you putting into diet and exercise for yourself? Not how much you want to, how much are you currently putting into that area of your life? And then I want you to move on to rest and relaxation. How much energy and effort are you putting into rest and relaxation? And not just thinking about at night when you're going to sleep, but even throughout your day. And then continue on for your career and job. Some people, your career might be taking a lot of your energy and effort, right? And so you might be at a 10, right? Even for that. If COVID has impacted you and you don't have a job at all, maybe you're at a 1 or a 0, right? To go through, I'll give you a few minutes to go through and put an arc in each section for where you are currently. How much energy or effort are you putting into that area of your life? And for those of you who have finished, once you finish that, I want you to take up your other color writing utensil. And then the next step is to put an arc where you want to be, right? And so for some, you may be at a 2 intersection and you want to be at a 8 or 9. Some may be at a, maybe you're alone all the time and you're ready to have a relationship. So, maybe you have too much alone time and you want to be at a lower space, right? Or you're working too much. So remember, this is going to be personal and look different for each of you. So once you've done this and put an arc where you currently are, use your other color writing utensil and put an arc where you want to be in that area of your life. And I will just give 2 more minutes for this so that we have a little bit of time to discuss. And once you're complete, I want you to do your own gap analysis, right? And so look at each area. And if there's a small space between where you want to be and where you are, maybe you only have to do a little bit of work in that area. But if there are sections where you see a big space, then you know that when you're trying to create balance in your life, those are the areas you might want to tackle first in terms of creating habits or strategies to help yourself in regards to your energy management in these spaces, right? And so as you look at it, ask yourself, are you surviving or are you thriving, right? Are you surviving through life on a day-to-day basis, or are you living a life in which you're thriving and you're growing? If you are making more withdrawals than deposits with your energy, you're not going to be able to thrive. And so we want to move from surviving to thriving. And, if you don't get to finish this wheel, you can always do it after this session. But I implore you to take some time to just look at your life, get a snapshot and decide, where you might want to make some changes so that you can start to live a life where you are thriving or where you have more energy and more happiness and a better well-being. And so I always like to end by sharing this quote by Lao Tzu that I really like. And so what it says is, watch your thoughts, they become words. Watch your words, they become actions. Watch your actions, they become habits. Watch your habits, they become character. And watch your character, it becomes your destiny. And so we've been through this day of workshops, and so I'm sure many of us are thinking, about our role as caregivers and also about ourselves and how we can pour into ourselves so that our cup isn't empty and we can give to others. And so we've had these thoughts, we've done this wellness wheel, and we've put things, we've written things down, we've made it visible. You're also going to have a chance to just set a little goal for yourself, but we want to take our thoughts and put them into words. And when it comes to making changes for our well-being, with our reducing stress and increasing energy levels, we need to use the energy formula to build a plan for ourselves and then start taking action. And once we take action, we can start to make this become habits and start to track our habits so that we can become consistent. And so now our character starts to change and we will make an impact on our destiny. And so I like my D's. So again, with life in 3 D's, considering everything we've listened to today, decide what you're going to do differently, right? Overall, what are you going to do differently? And then think about what can you do on a daily basis to help yourself, because decisions determine destiny. And if you don't make a decision to do things a little different, you're going to stay on the path you're on and your destiny will remain the same. But if you decide to make some changes that are going to help you to reduce stress and increase your energy levels, that's going to help to change your destiny. And so I do want you to share, and we're going to come right back to this, but I want to let you know that I am an author and I have a book, 77 Ways to Reduce Stress and Energize Your Life. And so this book, basically, it teaches about the energy formula, so you'll get more information about that, but it also gives you 77 ideas or habits that relate to the energy formula that you can read through and choose from to create your own personal energy formula. And then the book is when it includes a 52-week habit tracker where you can go right from that quote. You can take your formula that you create for yourself, write it out, but then each day you can check off which days you do things so you can track your habits so that you can be consistent and make changes. Too often we make these resolutions and we start out, but we fall off. In order to see change, we have to change our daily habits, but also be consistent. So the habit tracker really helps with this. And so the book is available on Amazon, but also at People's Pharmacy, the Griot, the Book Mart, Bermuda Bookstore, Beach Gym, and Calais. And I also offer coaching services to individuals. So we have our Thrive, and if you're on Nearport, you can click the blue writing and it will take you right to the page. But you can definitely sign up for a personal coaching session to help you to get on track and create and start to make changes that are going to help you to reduce stress and improve your life. Or you can, if you have a group of friends, we can do a workshop, a masterclass similar to this, but it will be more in depth with a small group or personal group of friends, or we also do it for corporate clients, or we can do group coaching. And so all of that is available if you are interested. And so I just want to end with some sharing. I would like for you to just on Nearport or unmute or write in the chat and just let me know what resonated with you that you can plan to, or what can you do differently to help to improve your life and cultivate balance in your life. And I guess in the interest of time, let's just unmute and share verbally. What stood out for you in this presentation, and what changes do you think you'll make for yourself?
Get more sleep.
Yes, in a quiet and dark environment.
Yes, my husband always tells me that.
Yes.
Yeah, what resonated, can you hear me?
Yes.
What resonated with me is I'm always doing something when I'm eating. I have a book, I have an iPad, the computer's on, and I want to begin practicing mindful eating. I bought a book on mindful eating and I haven't read it yet.
Yes. So you were already on the right track, right? You know what you have to do. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I love the wheel. The wheel that the circle you made us do, it helped put things a little bit more perspective. And what I thought I had a handle on looks like I need to work at it.
You know that I think the wheel, people love that wheel because it's a visual and you start to kind of get a snapshot of your life and where you need to make changes. So I'm glad that was helpful. And yeah, do take some action, but also revisit the wheel, you know, a month or two down the line just to see how you've been doing.
We'll definitely do that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Keisha, more me time.
What resonated with me
Yes,
was
more me
listening to
time.
Audible books when I go to bed. I'll put the iPad and pull out one of my Audible books and listen to that. But by the time I get to page 3, I'm asleep.
Yes.
You know, so that's something I need not to do.
Yeah,
Keisha,
yeah.
I
Oh,
loved, I'm sorry.
I was just
love-
gonna say, sorry, let me just respond to her. I was just gonna say, yeah, and it's fine to listen to the book, but then yeah, you might have to, if you know you fall asleep, then do it a little earlier. But if not, you listen for a little while and then you just intentionally shut it off. Yes.
Keisha, I love the drop, delay, delegate, and do. And I think I'm going to start doing that every week at the beginning of each week. I think I'm going to do that. So thank you so much. That really resonated with me.
You're welcome. And that's awesome. And yeah, I make a list every Sunday. I plan out my week. That's why I schedule my me time in there first. What am I doing for myself? You know I have my morning routine that I do for a daily basis, but in the week, trying to get things in. And yes, absolutely, there's 4 Ds in that space. I love it. Yep. Anybody else?
I think for me, Keisha, was that wheel, it put everything in perspective. You know, it's like a snapshot of your whole life. And so when you look at it and you see those large gaps, you're saying, wow, you know, I really need to work on some more things. Because sometimes you think you've made adjustments, but just having that visual view, it really helps to put things in perspective. So thank you so much for sharing such great tools with us.
You're welcome. And I'm glad that helped, right? And so you, again, ask yourself, am I just surviving, right? Or you want to get to the space in that wheel where your gaps are smaller and smaller. So again, keep revisiting it as you work on yourself, right? We're all a work in process. And I also have to mention that we all fall off and we have to have grace with ourselves, right? You know, we can't control the stress and trauma all the time, the things that happen around us. So we have to have grace with ourselves. But when we do fall off, just notice and just get back to it, right? Don't be too hard on ourselves.
Keisha, the one thing I can say I got from out of this too is not allowing myself to be guilty for things that I'm not responsible for, or things that I don't need to involve myself in, and for things that I choose not to be a part of. Because, you know, sometimes people can try to like guilt trip you because, you know, whatever, you know.
Yes.
And I say that from experience because my younger sister just had triple bypass surgery, and then my niece passed away a week today.
Yeah.
You know, so thank you. And I lost my daughter 3 years ago. So I'm trying to help my sister go through her grieving process, but she's lashing out at me. And I feel guilty for I don't feel guilty for not picking up the phone when she calls. I know she needs the support, but I don't feel guilty for not answering at that point in time. You know what I mean? So thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. And again, we have to protect our own energy. We do. And when you are in a space to answer her, you know, you will be more responsive or be able to be there as that support rather than if you were to potentially answer her when you're not in a good headspace. So yeah. Yeah.
Keisha, I enjoyed the part where you said it's okay to cancel. It's okay not to answer. It's okay to change your mind. And also where you said it's okay just to say no without giving an explanation. I always feel I have to give a reason why I'm saying no, but it's good because doing that, it makes my stress level go higher. Right. So I learned this, that was good today.
Yes. Thank you. I'm glad. Yeah, saying no. And I think women are more guilty of explaining on this than men. But yeah, sometimes it's just a simple no, right? We don't have to justify for everybody.
But isn't saying no without explanation? When we do explain, it's trying to make the other person feel better.
Yes.
And that's not our responsibility. to make the other person feel better. It's up to us for our own self-care to make ourselves stay better.
You are absolutely correct. Yep. It's part of us. It's part of that caring side of us, right? Where you still want to make sure everybody else feels okay, or you're not hurting somebody's feelings. And so you're being willing to let yourself have the withdrawals while you pour into other people, but who's pouring back into us? And if we're not pouring into ourselves, then who is doing it? Yep. And so I know we are getting near to 2 o'clock. I am willing to, take any more comments or questions, but also willing to turn it back over. If you would like to get on my email list or give me any feedback or comments personally, you can just fill out this form on the screen or use the link in the chat. And if you would like to have a coaching session on any of those areas of the wheel that you need to work on, or even on your own personal energy formula, you can reach me as well. And I'll put my information in the chat for that. But if not, I thank you all for participating, for sharing, and just being an attentive and engaging audience today. So thank you for having me, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie, for the virtual. I really enjoyed it. Everybody be safe and have a good week.
Hi, Thelma. In the interest of time, I'm going to have the vote of thanks by Sister Carol, because I know she has to drop off at 2 o'clock. And then we'll come back after that and do the raffles, and we'll have our pastor give the closing remarks. So Sister Carol, if you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. Wow, what an awesome workshop. At this stage, I think all of our cups should be full and running over. This was wonderful. I'd like to acknowledge our pastor, Reverend Ruth Van Smith, for allowing us to have this workshop today. And this is a great kickoff for the start of our Women's Day. And thanks to the Nora Taylor Missionary Society for initiating this workshop. Sister Lesiline and all of your members is greatly appreciated. And a big thank you to all the presenters, Dr. Claudia Fleming, Mrs. N Swann, and Ms. Keisha Allen Smith. It was just, so many wonderful nuggets, so much information that we can all take away. It was a real eye-opener. And this information will be of such great wealth to us. And thanks to all who were involved in some way, and thanks to all of you that took the time out of your busy schedule on a Saturday to join us. A big thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Sister Carol. And Sister Carol is the chairperson of our Women's Ministry, and she's also the chair this year of our Women's Day. I don't know about you all, but this is my cup. I started out, where am I? My camera. Here, it was empty. Man, I underestimated my God. I really did. Because I came with this small cup. I came with a small cup, but look, can you see it? I couldn't even fit everything that was poured into me today in this small cup. I should have known my God was better than that. I should have bought a big cup. But thank you, everyone. Right now, we'll go into the raffle prizes. And the thank yous have already been said. We want to invite you to our Women's Day, Sister Carol. We'll be sending you some information on that. If you'd like to attend, you're all are welcome. And we really appreciate you, caregivers. We really appreciate you. And we want to thank you and say we value you and keep up the work that you're doing. Don't get dismayed, because There is a reward. Your reward in heaven is going to be greater than you can ever imagine. Okay, let's spin that wheel.
Lesiline, will you do that first one that you did since the lady didn't sign in?
Yes, we're going to sign in, and also the Audrey Bassett. I don't know if she was here.
Linda Jennings, your winner.
All right, Melinda, so you're going to get that prize, that $150 gift certificate from OER Aubreys.
Lovely, thank you. Woohoo, woohoo.
Okay, spin that wheel.
Grace Swan.
Grace Swan. Grace, you have, the Audrey Bassett was not on, so Grace, you have won brunch for two at the Grotto Bay.
Hey, wow.
Thank you very much.
Okay, spin that wheel.
Lynn John.
Lynn John. A $100 gift certificate from the Supermart.
Right, Lynn.
Is Arlene on? I think I saw her earlier. Let's just double check.
No, she's not here.
She's not on. Okay, we'll spin that wheel again. Regina Essin, I'm not sure if I saw
No,
her.
she's not in.
She's not in. Okay,
No.
spin that wheel again.
Woo, got a chance.
Yes.
Francine Lee.
Francine Lee.
Happy for you, friend.
$100 gift certificate from the Supermart. That's yours now.
Oh, Fran.
Woohoo. Keep spinning.
Hello.
Phyllis, they said I wasn't in.
Alicia. Alicia.
Yeah.
Brangman. You have won a $100. Sorry.
Go ahead, Les.
A $100 gift certificate from Linda's Supermarket.
My favorite place to shop. Thank you, Sister
Wonderful.
William. Amen.
Spin that wheel again. Is Rosanda here?
No, she's not. I'm typing in the names and they're not popping
Oh,
up.
thank you. Thank you. Okay,
No,
go
she's
ahead.
not in.
All right.
Kelly.
Keisha Allen Smith.
Yeah.
$100 gift certificate for the Huckleberry Restaurant at the Rosen Hotel.
Thank you.
Spin that wheel.
Paulette Smith, she's in.
Paulette Smith, you have won dinner for two at the Cambridge Beaches Resort. Is she there?
She was in, yes. She's still
She's
there.
on. Yep.
She's
Okay.
still there.
All right, wonderful. Okay, keep spinning that wheel.
Marion Birch, no, she's not in.
Marion's not in? Okay.
No.
All right. I know she was here earlier, but she sent me a message. Marjorie Simons.
Yes, she's in.
Marjorie, you have won dinner for two at the Ascot's Restaurant at the Royal Palms Hotel with welcome drinks.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, we have 2 more prizes. Spin that wheel.
Yes, oh.
Juliet, okay. Is that person on Tomlinson?
No.
Okay,
Kawanda. No.
Kawanda, spin that wheel.
Jeanette Bridges.
Oh, Connect. So when you come home again, you have won a 1-night stay at the Royal Palms Hotel.
All right, thank you. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Spin that wheel. Last prize.
Phyllis Simons.
Phyllis is here.
Yes, I am.
Yes, Phyllis, you have won a 1-night stay at the Newstead with golf.
Like I play golf. I'll learn.
Okay, wonderful. So that's it for the prizes, everyone. We're going to turn this over now to Pastor Reverend Ruth Smith.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And indeed, we have been blessed today. It has been a wonderful workshop. So let me begin by thanking Sister Lesiline and the missionaries for pulling this together and seeing the need of caregivers. I want to say thank you to Keisha Allen Smith. I've always enjoyed her workshops and say thank you to her. Dr. Claudette Fleming, thank you for all that you do for the age concerned and for coming today and sharing with us. And Kathy N Swann, we appreciate greatly the time that you have given, the wealth of knowledge that you have given to us today. We've all come with cups that have been empty, but as Lesiline demonstrated, our cups are full and running over. So we say thank you so much from the bottom of our heart for imparting your wisdom, your knowledge into us, that we can be better caregivers, we can be better carers of ourselves. So we say thank you very much. And indeed, as we continue to go forth, allow me to leave you with this scripture, Galatians 6. Let us not grow, do not allow ourselves to get fatigued in doing well. At the right time, we will harvest a good crop if we do not give up. And as caregivers, it gets overwhelming sometimes, but be not weary in well-doing. Continue to do what you do in the meantime as you take care of yourself. So to all of us who have joined today, I say thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for being a part of this ministry. And to Sister Lesiline and the women of the Missionary Society, congratulations on your first international caregivers retreat, because we have folks from America and from England, as you said. So thank you very much, as you've provided yet an excellent ministry for the people, for the women, for the caregivers in our island. Thank you, and God bless you. And if I can close with prayer, Lesiline, or you've got something else
Yes,
to
no, you go ahead,
add?
Reverend.
Okay, let us pray. Our gracious and our eternal God, for all that you do for us, for all that you provide for us, God, we say thank you. God, we thank you now for this excellent workshop that God has come forth under your ministry, underneath your guidance, dear God. That God, you have provided for us through these 3 wonderful dynamic speakers, dear God, the information and the tools that we need in caring for our loved ones and caring for those within our community. So God, I'm asking first that you pour out your blessings on Sister Allen Smith, Dr. Fleming, and Sister Swan, dear God, as they continue in their work, dear Father. They will continue to bless so many lives, dear Father. God, we lift every participant of this workshop before you, dear God, that God, you will be our strength, that God, you will cover, you will keep, and you will sustain. God, you know every story, God, you know every struggle, but God, we trust in you, because indeed, Father, you supply all that we need. So God, we come today to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Dismiss us from this place, but God, never from your presence. In the name of Jesus the Christ, we pray. Amen and amen. Be blessed, everyone, and have a great week with the great God.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Beautiful
Let me
workshop.
also say thank you to our tech, Sister Carmen. She always does an excellent job. Thank you, Sister Carmen. Our hats off to you yet again. God bless
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Very nice.
Thank you,
Yes.
everyone.
Excellent.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Leslie.
you. You're
Beautiful
welcome. Thank
workshop.
you.
Beautiful
Very nice.
workshop. Excellent.
Excellent. Yeah.
Good job, Leslie.
Yes,
Very
good
Wonderful
job,
to see
Leslie.
you.
And
Sister
Thank
committee.
God.
Leslie, Sister
Yes.
Leslie, when is the women's
Really
retreat? When is
enjoyed it.
the women's day program? What Sunday is that?
It's
Next
the
Sunday.
last.
Next
Next week,
Sunday.
Sunday,
At 11?
the
Yes.
21st. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank
It's
you.
next
Have a great
week.
day. Be
Oh, my
blessed.
goodness.
Thank you, everyone. It was nice seeing you.
It was
Nice
good. It
meeting
was
you
good.
all.
Yeah, thank you,
Excellent.
Leslie.
Yeah, stay tuned for part 2.
All right.
Yeah.
All
To be
right.
Very
continued.
good. Very
Yes.
good.
Yes.
Take care now.
Caregiving is